land lovers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking, and welcome. It is currently Saturday, January the 20th, 2024. I think there's some ominous omen in the fact that yesterday we completed Raincoat after 10 trillion hours. Longest game in the world. Probably longer than Baldur's Gate. No, that's definitely not true. So we finished that game yesterday, and then today is like the hardest it's rained in California in some time. Not like an incredibly long time, but like a while. Even like the rainy season kind of petered out for almost 2 weeks, and then it was like, haha, gotcha, raincoat. Watch out for homunculi, idiot. And if you weren't watching that game at all, that doesn't make any sense to you. And I don't encourage you to play it. It was going fine for, I don't know, 10 hours. It's a lot longer than 10 hours. Anyway, hi Devilish, hi Neko, and hi to my mom in chat. I imagine I tired everyone out after that marathon of getting through that game. Unlike Raincoat, Baldur's Gate 3 can be completed in 3 minutes. Now, when you say completed, do you simply mean that you can die in it? Or is there some weird speedrunner hack I'm not aware of? I will say, I'll add it to the list. I was actually briefly entertaining the idea of doing tonight what I did with Digimon. What is that game called? It's not Digimon Hack. It's Digimon Hack or something. Digimon. What is that game called? It's not coming to me. There was like a game I was playing off stream, and there was like some transition week, and I like played it for a while, and I just like played it on stream, and people were like, "Yeah, we could play this," and so we did that. I was thinking of maybe doing something like that, or spinning up a secondary character on stream or something. Baldur's Gate is one of those games where, like, after playing it for like 5 hours, you're like, "This is great." I also, now playing it, have another idea of something I could do that would be fun. There's a speedrun known as shadowboxing, where you yeet Shadowheart's corpse to the final level. Interesting. I don't think I actually want to know more about that, but that sounds interesting. I'll say this, in my playthrough that I started doing earlier this week, not on stream, I'd only ever seen anyone free Shadowheart by using like Arcana and like intellect checks to like figure out how to like operate the device that like traps her pod. My character was like too dumb to do that, and even though like they managed to pass the check to figure out that there was some sort of socket that would free her, I was too stupid to find it, and so I didn't. And so, fun fact, if you don't free Shadowheart, she doesn't die. She actually seems like she's in better shape, because you just like land and she's like hanging out by that locked door to the dungeon, and she's just like, "I was trying to get in here and I couldn't. Do you want to fight together?" And you're like, "All right." Anyway, so that's an option of a thing we could do, is like something like that, but I've yet to be convinced that it makes sense to try and stream that game, considering how long it is and how little time I can commit to streaming on a week because of my full-time job. And we're here to play Cobalt Core. Well, luckily, one of the nice things about Cobalt Core is that there's not really much to recap. We are in the middle of a run, but as I recall, we have like 2 hull points left, and we're on hardest mode, so we're definitely going to die. Really, the only thing that remains to be seen is how much we can enjoy Sport Orb. We acquired Sport Orb last week, and it was neat. It was a good time. We decided just to see how hard hardest was, and it turns out hard. Hardest is pretty hard. But like, yeah, we ended up doing like a longer run to start the last stream, and so we were just sort of quickly running through to see how difficult things were. And you know, we basically learned. We did unlock this ship, whose name I don't remember, that every time you like basically do any action, it alternates which like cannon and drone bay are active. So like, it's kind of hard to like figure out where you're firing from each turn, and like, unlike the Ares, whatever one isn't active like also isn't like armored or anything, so there's no like benefit to it. But like, yeah, let's just like real quick, let's see how much sport orb we can enjoy before we like definitely die. And then we'll start a new run whose goal is simply to acquire as many artifacts as possible, because that is the next most convenient goal to obtain, I think. Relatively bad start. My hand does not contain sport orb. I mean, do I even want to shield? Our arrangement is really awkward. Here, fire drone, shoot. Scoot the drone over. I guess I'll block. Oh, right. Yeah, I got shield. I don't intend this run to be long. There's my sport orb. Pew. So I can move their ship out of the way of hitting me, or I could just dodge. Alternatively, I can scoot everything over. Then dodge, and then I shoot them, and my sport orb exists. I need to be closer to sport orb. There's no way to not take a bunch of damage, huh? That's fine. Let's just take a bunch of damage. Oh no, I exploded. I could have just abandoned the run, but I thought I might be able to do something fun with the sport orb that I did not accomplish. So how is everybody faring with the cursed knowledge that comes from completing rain code? Because like, I do feel like mentally I'm struggling to suppress some of the more inept narrative concepts of that. Do we only need 3 artifacts in order to get the... I need 3 new artifacts. Well, that might not be as hard as I expected it to be. Alright, let's just try and get that as quickly as we can. Random. Shield attack, different attack. That is one way you could build your ship, I guess. Watching space football right now. There's a lot of sport orb. I mean, I don't think you were here last week, Neko. We did literally find a football field in space, and that's how we acquired the sport orb. We had to win that game with our spaceship. I do feel like we should use the Gemini, because we haven't really had like a proper run with it yet. We've mostly been goofing since we unlocked it. But all we gotta do is get 3 new artifacts. So we should just take the first 3 new artifacts that we can get. And then see if we actually make any progress. Because it's random, this isn't all that enticing to me. What do you want? You want a rare card, or do you want to upgrade cards to Type B, which I think is typically like the worst version of cards. At least for my money. That's kind of subjective. But like, I find that I typically like the A version more. You'd say B's okay. Why do I suddenly have swap? What generates swap? Oh, swap must be part of the ship. That's why that's like new but consistent. Nico says, I spent the majority of yesterday upset about Raincoat. Never want to hear an anime character say the words truth again. Yeah, that's entirely fair, I think. I don't know. I'll take a rare card. Oh, Endless Magazine. That's a good rare card. It's like, what's that thing in Slay the Spire that gives you the shivs? The shivs sounds like a medical condition when I say it that way. But it's like, it's the status. It gives you shivs. It's a zero cost attack. Why is it doing like full boot up? I thought I only did that on the tutorial run. Cat online. Sorry, I mean hi. Wow. Normally there's like some quirky interaction there, but not so much. I have like none move with left beat. I want Endless Magazine multi-shot move out of the way, I think? What's the point of 2 cannons if you can't shoot them both at once? I know, right, Drake? This feels like it's a worse ship than the Ares. Is Gemini meant to be easier to get than Aries? It doesn't feel like that's meant to be true. Let's do basic swap so that we can get the cannon where we want it, and then shoot that. And then probably like dodge, shoot, shield, because they're not like attacking us. We don't have any more attack cards. Echo says, Locadius told me he wanted to stream Persona 4, and I never want to see it again due to it being about seeking the truth, all because of the trauma from Brain Code. Yeah, I mean, I was pretty traumatized, and I appreciate Demolition looking it up. That, like, there's a choice near the end of that game. There's a lot of, you know, story games where, like, at the end, it's sort of like, and here is your final choice. How will the story end? And that game has one of those, and it's I think it's, like, almost fully 2 hours before the actual game ends. Which is just staggering. Like, why is that true? I keep having hands that aren't good for the ship situation. Oh yeah, this stuff. I always forget this card stuns. It's like, shut off that cannon. And then I could heat sink. It's like right there, but I think I'm just gonna like multi-shot and free shot. Check the YouTube vid and Reddit. I'm glad that the Reddit... Hey, from whatever Reddit post said that, what is their consensus about the... Did anyone mention that? Were they all like, it's not worth it, it's terrible? Or were they just like, oh no, the normal ending is fine, but like, the choice doesn't matter? Let's scoot, shoot, riot. Okay, boom, blew it up. Let's get some artifacts eventually. Oh my god. What is this trash? Do we want regular barrage? We tried lazy barrage last week, and it was lazy. It was great and a metaphor on how the case is unsolvable. The case isn't unsolvable. The case is extremely solvable. I mean, you could say the problem is unsolvable, but the case is like completely solvable. You had already looked into it by the time chat was asking about it, Neko? This group of people doesn't have anything that makes stuff cheaper that I know of. There's a flippable heatsink, right? I guess I'll take heatsink. I might need that. What do I want here? I want to hit as many boss guys as possible. All of these are pretty much equivalent. I guess I'd rather do question mark first because it might make some of these random encounters a little easier. But these are both like... Oh no, this one is like 2 question marks because you always end in a question. Yeah, let's do a question mark. Emergency transmission coming in. Help my missiles. It's this toad again. Actually, I'm a frog. All right, let's help Frog. Let's help Frog. So this first turn's like not super useful, I guess. Like, draw a card, block, dodge, pass. So this is a guy I encountered for the first time last week. His deal is that his ship is busted and it fires missiles only, but it also is having a malfunction, so the missiles will attack him if you don't help them. So, how many attacks do I have? Certainly not enough to stop everything. And also the fact that I'm using the Gemini complicates that further. I think I want, like, shield surge, attack, poison missile. There's no way to hit 2 of these. No, that's not true. But I think in order to hit 2 missiles, they definitely have to get corroded, which isn't great. Yeah, let's move. I guess technically if I used all my move, I could hit all 3 missiles. Is that really worth it? Blowing up. Oh no, I don't have another attack. So that doesn't actually matter. Alright, shields up. They're corroded. So I was talking at the end of last night's stream about options for games coming up. I mentioned Super Mario RPG. We don't do a ton of RPGs on this channel, but I do think that they fit into the scope of things, especially a game like Mario RPG, which is pretty story-focused and not extremely long. From what I read online, I did play through it as a kid, but it felt super long, so I was actually kind of incredulous about that very basic information. So, like, that's an option. Corn is one I've talked about a little bit towards the end of the year, as my suspicion is it will feel a little bit like Chants of Sennaar. Not, like, specifically... I don't know that I've heard, like, especially amazing things about Corn. I don't think I've heard, like, bad things about it, but, like, it being sort of an exploration game where you, like, find out things about a world and don't get a lot of information to start with and, like, have to figure out everything for yourself, like, that element of Chants of Sennaar, which was a game we were enjoying a lot at the end of 2023. So I'd sort of put that high on the to-do list. We could do some sort of Baldur's Gate thing. I feel like that doesn't appeal and isn't a great option, but I leave it to you, the fine folks of chat. Again, I find myself not having a useful number of attacks for the number of missiles I meant to destroy here. Especially because, like, lunge... I guess I could technically, like... do something, move left, and shoot... No, I'd have to... Oh, God. Gemini is such a bad ship. Is Gemini supposed to be a reward? It really sucks. If I did... It also doesn't help that the way the ship is moving, like, it's always, like, alternate where my cannons are facing. So, like, it just doesn't... It's just, like, not helping. Hey, Ditto, and hey, Super Bass. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard. Ditto says, fell asleep during the last stream. Watch what I missed and just wow. How much did you miss, Ditto? How much of the end of Raincoat did you have to catch up on? Somebody says, I briefly looked into getting this and was trying to figure out what it's meant to be. So, I would say that Cobalt Core is... It's, you know, like a lot of deck-building roguelike games, it's heavily reminiscent, if not heavily inspired by Slay the Spire. I mean, you got your actions, they've got an energy cost, you have some energy. The main areas where it differs are that you control a spaceship, which means that part of your combat is like trying to maneuver your spaceship so that your weapons appropriately affect the enemy or dodge their attacks. And also, the other major thing is that, like, at the start of all of your runs after the tutorial, you choose which crewmates you want to make your crew out of. You choose 3 crew members, and then they determine what types of cards you can be offered. So, like, there's different ways, like, you know, you can choose more of a defensive strategy or an offensive strategy, and things like that by choosing your crew. And, you know, like, it helps you craft your run a little bit more than some of the other deck building games. But I think the maneuvering mechanics are the things that really stand out about Cobalt Core and make it unique. It's got an aesthetic like FTL, but, like, the game mechanics are not extremely like FTL. Just the fact that you're, like, moving the ships and the space theming, I think those are the main things it has in common. I like to call that crew building deck builder a rogue book. I think rogue book is its own roguelike, right? I think I've seen a little bit of that played. I haven't really played it. Steven says, I thought Gemini was the worst ship by far and starting to like it more after trying new things. I can definitely imagine it growing on me. I still... This is my 8th run, and, like, 2 of them were kind of, like, throwaways last week. I was just trying to get a sense of, like, how difficult some of the higher difficulties were. But, like, certainly at first glance, I think Gemini is just, like, a really annoying ship. But yeah, I do think this is a really cool game. I'm trying to like speedrun getting some new stuff to mess around with. I mean, I think I'm just gonna let him get corroded again. It's just easier, and my brain's not working super good. Hopefully we warm up into it. We're doing a weird encounter right now where we're not actually trying to destroy the enemy ship. They're like malfunctioning, and we're doing an event where we try to help them so we can get a reward. Wow. The only attack I have is double attack, which will just definitely cause harm to them. And also, I don't have a lot of movement. What do I want to do here? How many turns do I have to outlast? I think like 3. Yeah, I'm not drawing super good. Maybe I just... Oh boy. The Seekers 2, this is also 2, right? So they would do 4 to them. Their total hull is 13. So they drop to 9, but then take 2 corrosion damage, down to 7. It's not great. I do think perhaps my best option... Oh, they'd go to 6, wouldn't they? Because the only thing I could do to destroy a missile right now is multi-shot. I don't actually know what happens if you blow up this frog. Probably nothing bad. I think the frog just dies and you don't get a prize for it. The thing about rogue content is the challenge itself can be the reward. It certainly can be. I think that all depends on what type of gamer you are and whether you find the particular challenge that a roguelike game offers to be engaging. Because, like, certainly, you know, each roguelike game has its own strengths and weaknesses. I enjoyed Slay the Spire a lot. I never really aspired to get all the way to Ascension level 20. It just feels like a lot of time and effort. It's not that I think the game is bad as a result. It's just that, like, I got up to, like, Ascension level 7 or 8 on all the characters and was like, yeah, I'm not sure I want to spend more time on this. I had a good run. Had a tiny rogues run that was all about bombs. I know a ton about tiny rogues. I've seen a little bit played. All about bombs. Sounds interesting. Ditto says about Raincode, which we finished yesterday, that the epilogue was written even worse than the rest of the game. How's that even possible? I don't know. I feel like it was on par with the standard quality of writing we reached by the end of that last case, which is to say, very bad. Yeah, I'm kind of with Neko. I like getting treasure in roguelikes. At a certain point, it gets kind of redundant, but, like, I'm all excited about finding new things. And meme builds. I like meme builds. Alright, I'm gonna do Endless no, wait, I have to multi-shot first if I'm doing that. Yeah, I guess yeah, whatever. Multi-shot magazine. They're gonna take, like, a whole buttload of damage, and then we're just gonna hope that we have drawn all the bad cards out of our deck now. Oh, only one of them is threatening to hit them this round. That's nice. Wish that was happening last turn instead, but sure, that's fine. Sure, blow this up. And then, like, block? Yeah, I don't think anything else here is really gonna help me. The Secret Missile will find them if it's not directly across from them. That's its special ability, but, yeah, that wasn't happening. Alright, so I can... I'm not sure I can save the ship, actually. Appreciate how well the shirt fits with Cobalt Core. Yeah, I wanted to wear a space shirt today. I was actually going to wear one of my Wally-themed ones, and then I found that after I, like, took my shower, I was, like, bleeding from my arm, and I don't know why. I have no answer for why that was happening. So, it kind of... I hope it didn't, like, permanently stay in the shirt, but I was like, I don't think I'm going to wear the blood shirt on stream. So I had to change. You should leave before the corrode. I don't know that that's true, Ditto. That might be true. Tiny Rogues is a solid pickup for the price. How much is Tiny Rogues? I've seen a little bit played. It does seem like a sweet game. It's kind of like, it's a little retro in its graphics, and it seems... I know I saw not that long ago they did like a big update to it, but I hadn't looked into it much since that happened. Just went up to 10. 10 seems like a pretty good price for that. Like I said, she just remembered the epilogue with the meat puns, and she's angry again. I was complaining about that earlier today. I got lunch with my mom, who is in chat and watches these streams, and I was like, yeah, man, how about those meat puns? What a stupid plot point. Can adjust how retro it looks. It even has a CRT setting. That's fun. That's just fun. All right, so I can move over twice. Part of the problem with that is that every action you take with the Gemini toggles which cannon is active. So I can, like, heat sink into a correct position. I guess I kind of just have to do that. So I heat sink, and then I dodge, and then I shoot for 3. There's, like, literally no way to do this at all. There's none. Like, the ship is completely destroyed. Because I can only move over 1, and I don't have enough energy to do more than 1 action. So I can't, like, toggle to the correct cannon. Alright, let's see what happens when the frog blows himself up, I guess. Oh, hey, Ditto was right. He actually fled before the corrosion damage happened. I thought that was really unlikely. My mom says, I leave you for a few hours and your arm mysteriously bleeds. Yeah, I have no idea. I truly have none idea what happened. Like, I didn't do anything that could remotely injure or even strain my arm. It wasn't bleeding before I took my shower. I came out of the shower, it was bleeding. I don't know what happened. Maybe I have really sharp water now. I don't know. Maybe I'm a homunculus? It wasn't pink. I spent the last 35 minutes ranting about Raincoat to my partner. How does your partner respond to that? Is your partner, like, vicariously upset that I exist, that I make these things happen in your life? Just assume since corrode is always the last thing that happens in a turn cycle. Yeah, I just kind of thought the turn cycle would end before the encounter checked to see if it was alive. Anyway, we helped the frog. They can potentially give us an artifact, right? So we should ask for that, even though it is random. Your missile bay gains armor. Hey, that's good, because we have 2 missile bays. It's not new, but it's good. Alright, let's pick up the pace now that we don't have to think so hard. We will have to think hard, though, because this ship is bad. Well, missile bay is armored, so if we just end with this missile bay inactive, then we'll actually be fine. So let's... I might as well endless magazine to start with, and then we'll multi-shot, and then even though I could basic swap, I'll just take the non-hit. I don't like that missile. Is not great. I feel like I need to heat sink twice, which is a disappointing use of resources. I guess I could... No, it's like 3 damage. I don't want to bother with that. Let's do a chip shot, and then a heat sink, and then a more different heat sink, and then block shot, I think is what I want. Yeah, let's block shot, because that'll counteract the damage from this turn. I'm not on hardest anymore, so my cockpit doesn't, like, basically cause my ship to immediately explode. Has it stopped bleeding? I don't know. I put a cool Gengar band-aid on it, and I haven't checked it since then, because I'm an adult, and I have Gengar band-aids. Actually, what I have is a weird multi-pack of extremely tiny Pokemon band-aids that I got a while ago as a treat for myself when I was having, like, issues with the... blisters. I don't know, I was having a lot of agitation around my toes, and I kept having to, like, band-aid over them so that, like, the irritation wouldn't build to, like, a bad point. And I thought it would cheer me up if I got Pokemon Band-Aids, but it turns out that the Pokemon Band-Aids are weirdly tiny, so they are only good for really specific uses, and this tiny mysterious puncture wound in my arm was perfect for a Gengar Band-Aid. Where did I get them from? Target. Like a while ago. I don't exactly remember when. It says his partner loves to listen to him go off about things. It's one of the reasons you're together. Oh man, I like that. I need that. Like I cannot have a successful relationship if I can't find that person. And I will tell you definitively, I've never found that person, which is why I have a couch full of stuffed animals and a Gengar Band-Aid instead of a relationship. Are there no Targets in the UK? That's genuinely a little surprising. I thought that was like a multinational company. It just seemed like big enough. All right. I probably don't want to deal with that missile. It sounds bad. If I lunge, I'm still in the line of fire. Ah, wait. I think I have it. Hold on. Lunge. This toggles. Draw a card. Toggles back. Nope, that's not... That's where the missile bay is, not the cannon. Oh wait, this is armored all the time because it's like an artifact and not part of the thing. Okay, we'll do a block shot basic. Oh no, wait a minute. They're 5, not 4. Okay, I can't kill them this turn. No, I couldn't kill them anyway. I only have 2 energy left. I could do a bunch of damage and it would stop them from firing a missile, but I'd rather block shot block. The only reason you couldn't get the deluxe Pokemon Advent Calendar last year. Ah, that's fair. I did see that at Target. I didn't realize that was an exclusive, though, because it was the first time I'd ever seen it at Target. One of the benefits of having your mom in chat is that she'll just randomly say, I'm proud of you for putting a Gengar Band-Aid on your bleeding arm, and then fire off a bunch of your emotes of a cartoon crab with a heart on it, which is like your like animal guide or whatever. Still not blowing the ship up this turn. Still got a big missile going on. Let's get some dodge in. Let's get some heat sink going? No, hold on. I think I want to move. Fire the chip shot. Shield surge, I think. Am I going to heat sink? No, I want a shield surge, fire, move. Shield surge, fire, move. Okay, great. Oh, hey, little Pixie, didn't see you there for a second. Welcome aboard. How's it going this evening? We're doing some space stuff. We got some more people here. We're talking about... So last night I gave what had been my 2 frontrunner options for a new Saturday game to start once we wrap up our little excursion into Cobalt Core. I'm not saying I'll never play this game again on stream, but we played it for a few weeks, and I think I would like to start some new stuff next week. So last night I primarily talked about Super Mario RPG, the remaster that came out last year. It's something I'm kind of interested in doing on stream. It's a relatively short RPG, has a fun story, has some characters I really like, has good music, much like this, although it is a different type of good music. And I had talked about Quern, which is like a first-person puzzle game where we have to figure out how like machines and things work on some mysterious sort of island. My understanding is it's somewhat Myst-like in its nature, Myst being one of the like original famous computer puzzle games. Maybe not original, but early. And I've sort of said that I expect it to have kind of a similar vibe to Chants of Sonar, where you have to like figure everything out for yourself and you don't get a lot of information or lore or backstory or whatever. So I think both of those would be fun games to play on stream. Was talking a little bit about maybe doing something with Baldur's Gate, but I feel like I need some strong support from chat on that because it would take a lot of time. If an attack is 1 times 3, it's 1 damage 3 times, so the armor will block all of it. I feel like I have been aware of that. I don't think I've had enough move to necessarily position myself to block that on previous turns. Also, I've been trying to like manage these missiles. I'm just gonna shoot them twice. Yeah, my rate of finishing this game is not so fast. Okay, so let's see. I have, like, none pilot, so, like, move abilities are gonna be pretty key. I have 2 heat sinks to move a little bit to the right. I feel like feint to get some defense and move left sounds good. Scoot can become flippable, which isn't the worst. Faint B is kind of fun. You get like one regular move, but you'd like move. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I like Faint here, I think. Boss time. Let's hope to get an artifact. This is a heat boss. But hey, I have 2 heat reduction cards because my deck is bad and weird. So if someone like at me in the Discord channel, the stream back Discord channel, I'll try to remember to put up a poll later. It's something I've meant to do for like a minute. Haven't done it. Leave home without rigs or the secret 7th option. Yeah, I know that there's characters I don't have. I imagine at least one of them has some specific unlock clause. I kind of thought Drake would be, because Drake is like, it starts off as a character that you have to like fight. Thank you, Demolition. Alright, so if I... Let's do... I think I want to Shield Surge, lunge, because Shield Surge should toggle my cannon, and then I lunge and fire at them, and then I faint, I think is what I want. Shield Surge, lunge. I mean, I could like move. I think faint is better for me because like move is fairly limited. I don't think I'll swap because I like my cannon where it is. But yeah, if you have any other suggestions for stuff, let me know. Those are sort of narrative on, like, the main thing that we play on this channel is like story-driven stuff. And even though I personally like role-playing games, they tend to be story-focused games, but like because I can normally only stream like, 6 to 8 hours in a week, they're not necessarily super conducive to my streaming schedule. We've tried it a couple times, and I think that it's just not the best fit. But like Mario RPG should only take like a few weeks based on what the estimates are online. Again, I haven't played it since I was in like maybe high school or something, so I'm not an accurate gauge on how long that is. Couple things I could do here. Maybe I just like... Ugh. I think I like boost their shield anyway. I don't think I'm gonna really make a dent in their armor since they're like planning on powering up. So I think I'm actually just gonna endless magazine basic dodge and pass because their attack's being blocked. But if you have other suggestions of story stuff that I'm not thinking of or haven't mentioned, let me know. I mean, there's certainly plenty of other games out there. And like I said, I definitely plan to start playing like through the entire Sam & Max adventure game series, which is gonna be really interesting for a number of reasons. I was considering today, just before I went live, the fact that like Sam & Max it's technically sort of 2 different series because they were made by completely different production companies in completely different periods of gaming history. They're like set 10 years apart. Well, not set 10 years apart, but they were made 10 years apart. So like they represent so many different things. It's kind of interesting. It's a moment where I'm wishing my cannons were oriented differently. I think I know what I want to do. Let's move right 1. I don't think I want to spend the energy on heatsink. We'll move right 1, as long as we end the turn with... No, we don't have to worry about this. This is always armored. So, we're not taking damage from this. We will take a heat. I don't think that's a big deal. I'm going to use... I guess there's really no way to get 2 attacks off this turn. I know I want to use EMP Slug to disable this shot and do like a good hit of damage. But like... it takes enough energy that there's really no way to like... yeah, whatever. Just spend it. It's always Frey and Bow. I mean, I think Frey and Bow is probably like a Halloween game. there's only so much time for spooky games in October, and it was like literally the next priority of thing for me to do by the end of the month, but there just hadn't been time because some of the other things took a little longer than I expected. This looks bad. I don't think I'm killing them this turn. They got a lot of health and a little bit of shield. Might be able to feint. No, lunge is probably a better idea. I mean, like, chip shot, block shot, lunge, and then, I guess heat sink? Doesn't do much. Oh no, I have some heat because I took effect damage last turn. I could try to move to block the damage here, but I already have temp shield. I don't need to do that. I'm gonna take that heat though. They didn't move. That's a little interesting. It turns out the Gemini's not any less annoying to deal with when you don't have to worry about the missile bays, because I just think the ship kind of stinks. Let's slug them. Oh, should we slug them again? Well, we have a heat sink, so that's fine. We'll definitely want to use the heat sink on this turn, but we should make sure that we've done all the shooting and whatever we want to do before we do that. So I guess swap, shoot them, heat sink. Okay. That's like a lot of damage. I got another heat sink I can use. I think it's like, what do I want here? Multi-shot, block, chip shot, heat sink. Sounds good in theory. Multi-shot. I guess I would do shield surge instead of block. Same amount of energy. Chip shot, heat sink. So I've reduced my heat. I'm gonna take 1 damage because I'm armored there. I have block for that. It won't put me at critical heat or whatever. And we're kind of close to killing them. Man, the ship sucks. I hate the ship. It makes the game so much... It's not even that it's, like, harder. It's just kind of, like, tedious. I mean, it is harder, but it's not, like... I don't know. It's not, like, skill testing in the way I might expect it to be or whatever. Just multi-shoot it to death. I'm tired of looking at the ship. Power play. Take a permanent damage, gain a boost here damage for the rest of that fight. Heat wave. Get a heat, gain temporary damage boost. I mean, the only reason we were butting up on the threat of heat there is because it was like part of the special event we were doing just there. We got Endless Magazine. I guess that kind of synergizes with these things that give me the overdrive, the damage boost. Power play is like expensive in terms of health because I don't have like the means to heal super easily, and also it costs 2 energy, which is rough. Oh wow, power play B doesn't do any damage to you, but like costs 3. That's interesting. I'm gonna take Heat Wave. I'll give it a shot. Pressure Fuse. While your hull is under half its max, all Drake's card attacks deal +1 damage. I think I've taken all of these before. I think I'll take the battery because it makes it slightly easier to like end battles, which is the tedious thing about the Gemini. Rare card or remove something. I'll take a rare card. Inverter beam. So X is equal to the amount of shield you currently have. You gain overdrive equal to that amount. Then your shield becomes 2. Interesting. I like that this is the upgraded version because then you get the shield back. I think the basic version you get like you spend all your shield to do it. So like it's always kind of a risk. Not totally sure if that it does cost more. was gonna say, I didn't think I remembered Inverter costing 2. Quintessential reading the card explains the card. This is definitely one of those types of games. I will caution that there are certain effects that are not intuitive even when you read the card. I've joked a little bit about that in this game. There's like this is sort of an example of like there are certain times that you'll have like the sword is like this is an attack for this much. It like fires this much damage out of your cannon. And then like this says stun. And so like it's relatively straightforward that this is like an attack that stuns. I sometimes forget this detail, but like it's relatively straightforward. There are some attacks that like have a status with them that like sounds like it would affect you, or like is like the text of it is written in such a way that it seems like the status like always applies. It's tricky and like weirdly complicated. This is reading the card does not always explain the card, not in this game and not in Magic. That's true. I think it's closer to being true all the time in Magic than it is in this game. I feel like I'm just gonna go towards the question mark because I think it has a higher chance of getting us new artifacts, which is what I want. I think I've had jet thrusters too, but at least it's a good one. Sports! I'm gonna trash talk the other team so hard. I mean, we came here to play sports. I feel like Neko needs to see the football field. Oh yeah, the jet thrusters is actually gonna be super good for us, I think. So this is like a weird mini game. The way this works is instead of trying to destroy the ship opposite us, like we are in most of the battles, we're trying to hit this football for the maximum amount of damage because it will move closer to the goal we want to hit. One like column for each damage that we do to it. However, we get penalized by having like bad status cards added to our deck if we manage to hit the other ship. So we want to avoid that. So let's. I think what I want to do is like move. Move Inverter, Heatwave, EMP Slug? I think we can do that, and I think that frames it the way I want it to. Heatwave moves the cannon to the left, Inverter moves it back to the right, and then I hit it for 5. That's a spicy meatball. And I don't get shot in the process. Why is the sport ball so big? Because it's space sports. There's so much space, the sports have to be bigger. I'm not a fan of sports, but like this is just such a cute little thing. I like the sport minigame, even though like it's not always great. I don't actually know how multi-shot specifically interacts with this. My guess is that it will move 2, and then the next shot will go towards the enemy ship, but it has like a status to dodge like once per turn or something like that. It might do both shots before the ball moves, but I don't think that will happen. I think it will move, and then the other shot will fire. Yeah, my interpretation appears to be correct. So let's basic dodge, and then scoot, and then scoot. And then I guess just wait for next turn. What can I draw? A lot of stuff that's not great. I don't think I want to use the swap and risk toggling the cannon in an unfavorable way. Yeah, the little wolf is so good, right? I had a whole moment last week when I saw the little guy. I was just like, oh my god, look at the little wolf. Actually, they're named Sasha. I think in like Europe, Sasha is also treated as like a men's name relatively commonly. In the US, I feel like I've only known like women Sashas. So I don't actually know if Sasha is a good boy or a good girl as a little wolf sports referee. So like shoot once, get a shield. Move once, do anything at all, shoot again. Go! Yeah, Sasha's considered a Russian gender-neutral name. Yeah, I mostly think of Sasha either as like a girl's name in the US or like as a gender-neutral name specifically in Russia. I don't know if other countries do that too, but that was what I was thinking too, Alcadius. What prize do you want? Oh, we can, like, getting the sport orb is very amusing. I don't think it's very good. It seems very bad and annoying, but it's very cool. We're kind of obliged to get a trophy because we're trying to get 3 new artifacts during this run. I don't even think I've heard of Photon Condenser. All of Dizzy Card's attacks deal +1 damage. We gotta get that, right? Lose hull, immediately heal 1. Oh, I don't remember if I've gotten that either, but I'm certain I haven't gotten this. I've definitely gotten Grazer Beam. I'm gonna take the Condenser. So block attacks are better, which is a weird statement to be true. Not specifically Russian, but Slavic. I mean, my impression had been Russian, so I would have gotten that wrong too, but I appreciate the insight. Sasha was the name of Sasha 9 in Psychonauts, the German guy. Can check the code. Where can I check the codex? Where's that at? One of the things I really enjoy about streaming a game like this is that, like, I will often play it once and, like, chat won't know that much about it, and then if it's a particularly exciting game, chat will play, like, a ton of it before I stream it again, and then I will have sort of had the experience of trying to figure everything out for myself, and then they can fill me in on the nuance. It works really nicely. Okay, so I can, like, Endless Magazine, Heatwave, Multi-Shot, something? So now I get future attacks for free, which is good. Heatwave makes my Multi-Shot hurt more. And then, since I'm not facing them, I mean, I could blow up their shield make drone. That actually might be worth it, even though it sounds unexciting. That drone, like, shoots a shield at them, so they, like, become harder to kill. You can check the codex from the menu. Right, because you can kind of just, like, menu... Oh, codex, oh. Artifacts? I mean, it doesn't really help now, but it's good to know this. No, so I've never taken any other Dizzy artifact either. Not on my, like, stream profile. Wow, I've actually seen, like, way more of the unique artifacts for the other characters than I would have guessed. I guess this makes sense, though. Yeah, I guess I really have seen a good number of them. We just need one more. We just need one more! Alright, now back to the game. So they fired an attack drone. This shoots... Oh, it's a Mark II. So this will attempt to shoot me for 2 damage if I'm still facing it at the end of my turn. This entire deck is quite light on movement, which is a little annoying. I think I should probably just try to block this rather than dodge it. None of my cannons are facing opposite their active intents, though, which makes the EMP slug kind of a worse option. I'm sort of positioned in exactly the worst way possible. I'm just gonna try to hit him really hard, I think. Yeah, maybe it's worth getting rid of one of their missile bait things. Yeah, alright. And I don't have to worry about blocking, whatever. Sure, that's fine. Disable 1. Attack for free, because I'm still hitting them with all my cannons. What can I draw into? Anything I would actually want to play here? Not a super high incidence of things that I want to play. So I think I'll just... kind of want to play Heat Sig, but then I'll get attacked. It's not a good use of resources. Let's do a block and pass. Neko says, apparently Sasha originated as the shortened version of Alexander. Yeah, I'm, like, aware of that. I've always found that confusing, but then again, there's a lot of ones like that. I don't see it, and then I don't get a lot of shortened versions of names. Like how Richards are Dicks, or how, like, Henrys are Hanks. There's just, like, a lot of ones. In order to get character 7, you need to beat the first boss 8 times. That doesn't seem that hard in the scheme of things, especially if you could play on normal. So I got 2 armor, so I could get 2 damage boosts. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, right? Because then I can, like, 3 damage, 4 damage. Yeah, okay. Picking up the pace a little bit. Combustion engine. X is equal to your heat. Move that much. Flippable. Flippable means that you can... sorry, I should be externalizing more. Over these recent weeks, there's mostly been people who saw me play the first couple weeks, so I got a little out of the habit of explaining stuff as I went. Flippable means that it has some kind of specific direction listed on it, and you can right-click that card in your hand to change the direction from left to right or vice versa. Combustion engine, huh? Combustion engine B. Get to heat, then X equals heat. Yikes. Combustion engine A is a little cute. You move equal to your heat, and then you reduce your heat. That actually might be good with our current build. Because we do kind of need a little bit more movement. We are kind of like stacking on cards that add heat. I haven't really done like a totally heat-centric build or anything. Multi-shot's like always good. You know, I have a soft spot for multi-shot because it's just like really efficient and fun. But I'm going to try combustion engine. I've never used that before. Ooh, and then I could upgrade it? I'll be honest, I did try the fight me option off stream. I don't recommend it. It's very funny. It's a good challenge. You will not win if you don't know what you're doing. Almost certainly upgrading a card. So upgraded Heat Wave. Oh, Heat Wave A is really fun. But I actually think I want Heat Wave regular because I took Combustion Engine. Maybe at some point I want to upgrade to EMP Slug B, which gives you 2 heat. I think for now... Oh yeah, you can upgrade Endless Magazine so that you can keep playing it. I'm not sure this is quite the build for it. Endless Magazine A is also fine, because you get the effect, but you also deal 2 damage. I think for now... I think I'd like to upgrade Combustion Engine. I think that'll give me a good balance of heat and not heat effects. And also, it will give me a little bit more flexibility in my movement, which my build doesn't have very much of right now. These crystals, I have a theory about them, but it's kind of stupid. Go ahead. I think they're sort of like the time loop's immune system. Like, we're nasty little germs that broke space-time, and they're trying to get rid of us. Interesting. What data do you have to support this? Absolutely none. There's this tone that, like, so much of the dialogue in this game has, it's really hard for me to, like, explain. That's, like, very much my own just, like, personal sense of humor. I do probably need some more shield cards. It would actually be really nice to get some more... Is it called Block Shot? Just that, like, basic move that, like, hits them and gains you shield. I think by default it gives you the temporary shield, the pink one, but, like, I think you can upgrade that to give you, like, regular shield. Nico says she learned from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon not to mess with the shopkeepers. What I appreciate about Cobalt Core... so for one, I think you only get the option to fight the shopkeeper if you have Drake in your party. I might be wrong about that, but that seemed to be when I noticed the option appear. But what I think is funny is, like, you can click on Fight Me, and then you get one where the shopkeeper says, like, are you serious? I'm the shopkeeper. Like, if you fight me, then, like, they basically imply, like, there won't be shop anymore. Which, like, also is a consequence that you may not have considered before clicking on it. And then if you say yes again, it's like, okay, and then it just, like... I won't spoil the surprise for you. Maybe we'll even, like, show it off later, but it's super bad. You don't really want it. What do I want to do here? Oh, you know what actually looks good? I think I want to, like, basic block feint. I could do inverter. Let me do a swap. Oh, magazine's probably a good thing to do this turn. So yeah, let's like block faint. And then both of those will be blocked by nature of our cool armored thing, and then we'll get free attacks for future. I clicked end turn. Kind of got a lot of move now. I think I want to like lunge, chip shot, EMP slug or something. Let me start with lunge. I'm fairly certain I want to do that. Hold on a second. No, that's probably fine. Let's do the lunge. Let's do the monster lunge. I guess. There's a few different ways I could do this. I think just gaining heat and then dodging out of the way of this attack makes the most sense. There's a couple cute things I was thinking of doing, but like none of them actually seem more beneficial than just doing that. I still haven't played Hades. I'm not sure if Hades is a stream game. I feel like it could be. I keep forgetting that I have it, because I was like so late to the party on that. I still don't actually know a ton about it, but it seems like a game I would probably like. Okay, I got Heat Wave. That's cool. It might be a little tricky to not take damage this turn. I do have Shield Surge, though. A big enemy like this is nice for the Gemini, because I don't have to worry so much about whether stuff actually hits them. But yeah, now that you start talking about it in chat, I'm not actually sure I've played a lot of games where you even have an option to fight the shopkeeper. I think it's like kind of a cliche in certain types of games, but I don't know that I've really played that many like that. Andy says enough going on that the chat will have trouble spoiling mid-combat. You know what? That's really good insight, Superbase. I appreciate that. I do tend to play story-based games and tend to ask for no spoilers unless it's a game I'm repeating. Like Super Mario RPG is a game I've played through to the end, and I definitely don't remember all the plot points, but I don't think I would mind terribly if people were spoiling things, because I feel like I know enough of the main stuff that it's not going to spoil my experience. Okay, I probably want a Heat Wave, almost definitely want a multi-shot. What does that leave me with? 2 energy, and I mean, probably want a Shield Surge under the circumstances. Yeah, honestly, that's just fine. That, in and of itself, will block all the incoming damage, because one of the attacks is hitting my armor, so I take less damage there. So let's just, like, fire it off. Heat Wave, multi-shot, Shield Surge to block damage, Chip Shot for free. And then, I think the red status is temporary, so I might as well use the damage while I got it to make the fight a little shorter. Ooh, I drew Heat Wave again. Didn't also draw multi-shot, which would be funny. Is the upgrade to block shot. Yeah, it can give you a permanent shield. I might try to do something like that if I can. Just to make the inverter, I think, is the one a little stronger. I know that there's inverter, converter, and maybe another one. And like converter is like terrible. I think it turns shield into movement. It's awful. At least, I don't think I've ever had a build where I've wanted that. Maybe it's not terrible. So I could do Heat Wave again. And then just, like, some attacks. Ooh, Lunge actually might be good here. Because Lunge would move my armored bit in front of this. And I'd be under, like, 1 less fire. And then I could use Block Shot to block the 1 damage I am receiving. And then, like, Chip Shot damage. Do have to worry about the heat a little bit. It's piling up. Can I kill it? Then I don't have to worry about the heat this turn. Nah, I don't think that's happening. Probably gonna do, like, faint heat sink? That weirdly sounds actually pretty efficient. Because it moves me 1 to the left, which means I'm, like, blocking... It means I'm, like, blocking the damage coming from here, and I've also reduced my heat so it's not an immediate threat. And the feint gave me some temporary block to stop the damage coming in from here, so I can, like, chip shot, just shoot them, don't have to worry about more blocking. Getting a little feisty, huh? So I can do inverter to get like 2 damage boost and then multi-shot. And then I even had a chip shot. The word would be situational for. I've never had a build that wants that, but it could be good. Situational is a fair description for that. I think that I don't naturally call it situational because it sounds terrible. Like, it's kind of like that notion of like not all cards that aren't like in Magic, sometimes like they'll print a card that's like almost always an upgrade, but then like people will be like, well, you can't call it strictly better because like technically there's like one card that exists that would cause you to take 1 extra point of damage by casting this or something. And it's like, well, yeah, but like an incredibly high percentage of the time it's strictly better. So like it's not terrible to call it strictly better, you know? Yeah, it sounds terrible, but could be situational. I think could be situational is exactly what it is. It's like literally like a half step down from situational. Have I heard of finale of Promise? Well, I know the finale is Psycho. Which one is Promise? Is Promise the red one that like duplicates a spell or something? Devastation is obviously the one that most comes to mind. Because I got a box of War of the Spark. Was it for my birthday that year? And it had a foil Finale of Devastation in it, which is sick. I love that card. It's in one of my favorite decks. Dude, it says, that's why I say basically strictly better. Yeah, basically strictly better, I think, is a fine way to describe those cards. Katie says, just had to steal a Renegade Constabulary catchphrase. A friend asked me how good I was at art, and I told him I offer the alternative to quality. That's not even, like, that's not even a catchphrase. That's, like, the slogan of the Renegade Constabulary. Nico says, I feel like the shopkeeper being a hard boss fight is supposed to be a rare thing that happens in games. I think it's more common the shopkeepers are weak and they suffer the penalty of no longer having the shopkeeper. Yeah, I think you're probably right in that that's, like, where that originated, and then, like, maybe more recently people have subverted that so that, like, there's, like, a surprise to the punishment or something. Parry. Attack damage equals the number of enemy cannon attacks. Reading this card feels like it doesn't explain this card. Attack damage equals total damage of enemy. So, does this calculate the amount of damage that I'm potentially receiving and then calculates the damage of this attack, but like hypothetically I could still move out of the way and not take that damage? Is my best guess at how that works? Parry is so good. It costs 3. That's such a high bar. Base says, red X, target 1 instant and sorcery of X value in your graveyard, exile them, and you can cast a copy of each without paying their mana cost. Effects is 10 or higher, copy them. Yeah, okay. It's I don't think I, like, remembered all the facets of that ability, but that is the one I was thinking of. What are the other cards here? Serenity stops me from gaining heat, which is, like, a little medium in this build, but not terrible. Thermal battery. I mean, like, I don't have a ton, like, Liz, I don't actually have a ton of payoffs for heat. But, like, it did sort of, like, upgrade the combustion engine under the intention that it would, like, that I would have heat. It's all damage the enemy is threatening, regardless of what is... Oh! That's a lot of damage. It does still cost 3, though. Tormenting Voice and Trill of Possibility. I do know those cards. Those are both variants of, like, red card that, for little mana, you discard a card and draw 2. I mean, parry sounds really good. I'm genuinely not sure if this is a particularly good parry deck, considering what we've been building. What is the upgrade to parry? Can I actually check that? Oh, I thought I right-clicked it. The upgrades are... It doesn't exhaust, because by default it does, which means you can only play it like once per encounter. Parry B... Oh, retain. Yeah, I can see how both of those would be good. Because retain is like, you can only do it once, but like you can wait until it like really hits hard. And then the other one, like you can use it multiple times, even though it's kind of difficult to do that. You know the difference between the two? Tormenting Voices is sorcery and Thrill of Possibility is instant, I think? I'm not entirely sure of that, because I don't play a ton of those cards. Correct. Excellent. Pass the pop quiz. Chat, I'm not going to do a formal poll. Which of these do you want? I would say it's probably between... Actually, having parry and thermal battery would be pretty good. I think it's between parry and thermal battery. Normally the rare cards, it's either like one or nothing. Like there's a lot of rare cards I'm not thrilled about in this game. Which I don't know if that's an indictment on the game in general. I mean, thermal battery could be good. Again, I still don't have a lot of heat payoffs, but I think Serenity might... Wow, thermal battery B. Yeah, like always exhausts no matter what. Parry? Let's take parry. Parry sounds interesting. Okay, hold on. Prototype 22. Permanently gain 1 max shield. Oh, yeah, I've seen this one before. So you gain a max shield slot, and then you gain a shield at the start of every turn. But if your shield is already full, when you would gain that shield, you take 2 hull damage, which is rough. Although, it kind of works with Inverter, where I'm spending the shield. And I know I don't have other dizzy things. I'm not sure I have any of these, but that actually sounds interesting. Because, like, I've tried using that before when I, like, didn't have ways to, like, spend shield, and it gets a little tricky. You can just sort of, like, take hits more easily, but you still have to be careful about it. Let's try that. Let's see how that interaction goes. Whoa, nice job. Who are you? I'm Books. I've been watching you guys blow up this crystal over and over. These shards get left behind. Did you know that they survived the time loops? Interesting. After you guys leave, I gather up all the shiniest ones. Did you know that they taste blue? Blue, huh? Yeah. Well, I guess we better leave you to it. Bye. Second sector, go! Prototype 22 is great because it makes taking small hits very safe. And it sort of it combos with our shield artifact that I don't remember the name of. Armored Bay. It's really stupid. Every time I play this game, like, the songs just come on, because they're the songs in the game. And when they start, I'm still frequently tempted to be like, oh, I love this one. But, like, I don't think there's a song I don't like. I do think I like some of them more than others, but, like, I really like this song. Okay, so super basic. When I first built 1000 Years Storm, Tormenting Voice was in standard. 2 sets later, Tormenting Voices rotated and Thrilled came to standard. Turned out there were a lot of great instants in that standard, not a lot of great sorceries, and especially not at 2 mana and lower. And I see where this is going. Yeah, I actually, like, I've been meaning to update my... I have a commander deck for all of the flip planeswalkers, the ones that start as creatures and become planeswalkers. They're, like, my favorite pseudo cycle. I mean, they are a cycle plus Nicol Bolas, who's, like, maybe my favorite commander. So I have a deck for all of them, and not all of them are in, like, a great state. I've tried a couple builds for, like, Kythian. I can't figure out what to do with Kythian. He just sucks as a commander. Like, I just don't know what to do with him at all. He's really weird. But, like, the Jace one's been a little tricky, because I don't think I want him to be, like, a Storm deck. But, like, I think maybe I want to, like, build to sort of, God Eternal Kefnet and Gale of Waterdeep style deck, which has kind of, like, a similar thing to what you're talking about, Super Base, where it's, like, you care about, like, instants and sorceries, but like not necessarily casting a bunch in one turn. You can like do value plays. Like Gale will let you play a sorcery on their turn if you cast a cheap instant. If I remember how that works correctly, it's actually been a while since I've looked at him. That's not true. I've been playing Baldur's Gate. I've seen him recently, but I haven't seen his magic card equivalent. Okay, so I do have Slug, and I could just, like, disable their cannon this turn. And then just, like, shoot them? That doesn't seem terrible. Shoot gun. And then I think I would just dodge. I think I'll hold on to the heat for now. 3 damage. No, I do kind of need to take some damage. I think I'll just fire off all my attacks, and then I'll take 3 damage. But that should be okay. Pew, pew, pew. I kind of like how this deck is going, even though it's not, like, totally focused. We got that inverter synergy. I don't think it's good here, though. Maybe it is, because then I will have 2 overdrive, and my lunge will do... not enough damage. Never mind. It will do a lot of damage. But in this instance, I think... better off... Shield Surge, Lunge... maybe Endless Magazine Shield Surge, honestly? Just make it a little bit easier to ostensibly not explode. I use one of my movement to reduce that damage by 1, just so I don't totally drop to 0 shield. Okay, I need to do 4 damage. I got Inverter back. Oh, they're threatening me with 4 damage. Parry! So yeah, Thousand Year Storm is among the most gen cards ever. I love Thousand Year Storm. I've never made a Thousand Year Storm deck. It's a really cool card though. Because it doesn't quite, it's like technically distinct from just like giving all of your cards Storm, but it's very similar to it. So if you're just able to play a bunch of instants and sorceries, you just get to copy a ton of things for value. Superbase put the full text in chat there. We haven't had MTG bot in a little while, so oh my god, there's a second copy of Parry. That seems insane. I'm not sure if it's good insane, though, is the problem. You know how Finale of Promise casts the copies? It does. Yeah, I don't think I have to ask. I'm pretty sure chat wants double Parry. I'm not sure it's good. It might be. It's definitely insane. Either way. But, like, how can we not take second Parry? Do they not know about second Parry? I'm a big fan of... well, no, Deflection is not the one I'm thinking of. I did, like, a hilarious, like, normal mode run where I had, like, 3 upgraded copies of... is it Retaliate? What's the... There's like, a card that's, like, a little similar to Parry where it costs, like, 2 or 3, and it gives you, like, a status where every time you take a hit, you fire your cannon like straight back, and you can upgrade it so that it gives you shield, so that like you get some buffer about taking a hit right away. And there was like some run where I had 3 copies of it upgraded to block right away, so just like over like 3 of the first 4 turns I would just keep increasing that status, and then if they ever tried to hit me they'd like self-destruct. I don't think the path here makes a ton of difference. Definitely want to go for the elites to have better chance of artifacts. Running an upcycling program, returning unwanted junk into new wanted junk. Replace card with random rarer card, or replace card with same rarity card from another deck. What would we get rid of? I'm not sure what the worst card in our deck is. I almost want to say basic block, but I kind of think I need that. There's a slim chance it's Endless Magazine, but I think it's still doing relatively good work. Maybe it's Basic Shot? But do we want to upgrade rarity? Or do we want to try to get something from a different deck? Because I think you can get cards from decks that aren't in your crew or whatever. I don't know. I'm not actually sure what I should get rid of. I feel like everything is serving a purpose. But, like, it's too fun not to, like, get some random card of some kind. Maybe I get rid of one of the heat sinks? I do have combustion engine and, like, not a ton of heat effects still. Sure. I'll try that. And I will replace it with a rarer card to maybe get something that does something with heat. That makes sense. I got Flashpoint. X equals your current heat, deal X damage, and your turn. Oh, no, that's actually really interesting. I was kind of skeptical of that until I noticed that this costs 0. That's just, like, kind of a solid option. It's not amazing. You can build to it being kind of amazing, but, like, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. You want to upgrade something? I usually like to upgrade here. Again, I kind of feel like my deck is mostly serving a purpose. Upgraded a few things already. Flashpoint upgrade too. You can upgrade it so it doesn't end your turn. It's honestly not a huge deal. It's kind of nice to have, though. Or you can upgrade it so that it gives you 2 heat. Yikes. Would you rather your deck serve a purpose or a porpoise? I mean, it depends. Is the porpoise like an all-knowing dolphin deity? Or is it like a regular dolphin? And is the purpose like something I like? Or does it just have a purpose? I can't help but notice that since we got out of the first sector, it feels like we've encountered fewer things that require us to care so much about what thing is acting. You know what? I'm actually just going to upgrade basic block for now. Oh, or I could upgrade shields. No, I do actually think I want to upgrade basic block, because then not only is it easier for me to accumulate a little extra block for like the purpose of inverter if I need it, but it's also just a 0 cost card that lets me like toggle the cannons when I have to. I think that's like a good use of upgrade, even though it's not super exciting. Portly porpoise at port. A portly purpose eating porridge at port. That's a pretty important purpose. Eating porridge at port. Middle one for some reason. Well... I can trade my shield for like a bunch of damage. I don't hate that. I could draw for free, which also aligns my cannon where I want it. Ooh, and then faint? Ooh. That's actually quite the draw. Let's inverter. And then... Right. That whole cannon situation I mentioned earlier. Let's, spend... Huh. I think I do the multi-shot and faint. I think... I forget what the status from this ship is. I think I'm just gonna take it, because I don't take the damage. Oh, movement lock. It's not great. Wait, what's the math here? Why is this 5? Is it counting their missile? Then it would be 6, wouldn't it? Why is it 5? So, Ditto, can you explain why parry is threatening 5 damage? Is it counting the missile as damage? Oh no, it's because I still have the overdrive. I still have the overdrive. I figured it out at almost the same time Ditto pointed it out, but thank you. We do have parry times 2. They do cost 3. I will remind you that this is the reason I was hesitant to take it, is that it costs 3 in the first place, which means at most I can play 1 in a turn. I think I do... Oh yeah, I like gained extra block and whatever. Yeah, like I don't even have to... Like, I'll use up all my shield, but like I think I'm just gonna heat wave... Oh shoot. This is... fine. I just keep wanting to think my shots are going to come out of the missile bay, which makes no sense. This is fine still, I think. Just shoot it for 6. So I do take 1 damage this way because of the movement lock. EMP slug. Flash point. Basic block. I've named cards in my hand. So, the movement situation is not looking so good. Eight, huh? 8's kind of a lot. If I was positioned better, it would be almost feasible to do 8. Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe I can't. Hold on. You know what? I'm going to do the math as I go and suffer the consequences if I'm not interpreting this correctly. Slug for 4. Basic block. Oh, no, because then the cannon's going to move and flashpoint won't hit the right thing. That's the part of this I'm missing. So, yeah, I'm going to take a hit here for sure. I think I just, like, block shot. Oh, no. I don't have enough energy for both block shot and lunge, because EMP is 2. So if I lunge... My shot does nothing, and I still take a bunch of damage. But I reduce all of the incoming sources of damage by 1. Woof. Well, I said I'd suffer the consequences, and I did. If I wasn't using the Gemini, that math would have worked, though. I will state again, I don't think this ship is very good. Okay, I hope I can kill this thing, can I? Lord. Don't really have a move to go in the direction that I want, which makes this actually really bad. Oh, and I have movement lock 2 now? Woof. So I, like, literally can't move from where I'm at. Even if I spend all of my possible movement, I'm still stuck where I am. And I don't really have good defensive options. Like, normally this amount of movement would likely move me out of the way of harm, other than the Seeker missile, which you can't really do anything about. But, like, specifically because this enemy does movement lock as a status, it's pretty bad. Pretty, like, extremely bad hand in a relatively bad situation. I think... Is it... Heatsink lunge basic shot? I mean, that's terrible. It's a question of how much I think I need to move next turn. How likely I think it is that I can move next turn. Because if I'm not trying to move next turn, then I think I would rather, like, endless magazine lunge. gonna get hit so hard. That's pretty bad. And then like unbelievable amounts of overkill. Like there's just such a horrible hand last turn. Okay, what do we have? Wow, another copy of Combustion Engine A, huh? Almost makes me want to upgrade Flashpoint, but it would upgrade it to the one that wouldn't be good. I probably should upgrade EMP Slug at this point. So Sidestep is not flippable, but it does stay in your hand until you need it. Boost Capacitors is a little funny with our artifact that increases our shield by 1 every turn, but like goofs us if we max out on shield. I kind of feel like Combustion Engine isn't strictly better than Sidestep, to touch on our previous conversation, but I think it's equivalent in enough situations that I would take it over Sidestep here. I just don't think I want a 2-cost card, even though I generally kind of like boost capacitors, and like having more shield options is good, but like spending 2 to do it doesn't work very well with the card that I want the synergy for, which is Inverter, which costs 2. So I think I'm just going to take Combustion Engine. Because this, unfortunately, now I've eaten 500 calories of sugar. I mean, that's just like neutral for me. That's how I like know that I've completed a day. Oh, you know what I have? I got a big Reese's cup of they have some new version now that's like Reese's cup with like a layer of caramel in it, which I love. Like peanut butter, caramel, chocolate, and vanilla are like my favorite flavors of things, and this now contains 3 of them. I'm excited about that. It's not actually that big. It's probably like the size of the palm of my hand, but they had it at the grocery store, and I wanted it, so I got it, and I intend to eat it later, because I'm an adult with a Gengar Band-Aid. You see how I tie it all together? I'm like a person. Everybody says, I think I gained weight hearing you list that. Yeah, you probably did. Not like a lot, but probably a little. I mentioned that because she has a secret stash of fruit gummies, and one of them is a Stegosaurus. That's awesome. Fruit dinosaurs? I bet my niece and nephew would really like those. Okay. This already looks not good. God, it took, like, not a good amount of damage. Okay, so if I EMP Slug this idiot's face after getting rid of an asteroid, then it won't attack me, and I will deal bonus damage, because it has the skull icon, which indicates that it takes double damage in that weak spot. In order to facilitate this, I need... Why is Blockshot is doing 2 damage because of the weird artifact I got before. I need... Hold on. Hold on. So... I'm gonna start with Basic Shot, because I know I need to get rid of the asteroid. And then... I'm going to use Combustion Engine for X equals 0, so I don't move, but my cannon shifts. And then I'm going to EMP Slug, and I had to do that after combustion, or else I would have moved, which I didn't want to do. So I will do 6 damage and gain 1 heat and not take an attack. And then, since Block Shot won't hit anyway, I might as well gain dodge. Okay. That turn felt difficult, but that was very manageable. Ooh, parry, huh? This is sort of a good turn for parry. I can move myself so that I take only 1 damage from their tentacle attack. I think that's worth it. Parry for 6, which is like a good amount, and then scoot. I do have those abyssal visions, though. I sure hate when that happens. Wow, I have lots of ways to gain overdrive, but none ways to do damage. I guess we could start with swap to see if we accidentally draw one. We didn't. I think then the best use of this turn for me is to accumulate as much overdrive as possible and then hope to do a solid hit next turn. So that looks like basic block. Hold on. I still have 3 energy, and I can... So, shield surge, then inverter? Yeah, yes. Yes? I don't know why I'm so skeptical of this. 2 cards cost 0. Yeah, okay. Shield surge, inverter. And then I want to... heat wave. I have to turn for a second because I forgot that my inverter was giving shield back. I was like, why didn't it spend all of my shield? And then I'm going to move to the left so that I don't get blasted this turn. That was a sick turn where I did no damage, but next turn, my multi-shot can hit for 12, which is a big number. So hold on. Do kind of need to find a way to get over there. I mean, I guess I can just sort of move left, move right 1, and then, like, play combustion engine. And then... multi-shot. I mean, they're armored here. Huh. I'm just gonna do it. Hang on, what are they at? 18. I can't do 18 this turn because they're blocking and not in, like, full attack mode where they have a weakness. Neko asks... Or, no, she says, Vasco, if I could, I'd share my favorite childhood dinosaur donut place with your niece and nephew. Everyone deserves to enjoy their magic. Yeah. I mean... It's sad. You shared, like, photos of... Were those dinosaur donuts you shared, like, a while ago on the Discord from that place, or were they just also dinosaur donuts? What's a specialty peanut butter cup? The one I got is, like... There's a type of peanut butter cup that's called, like, big peanut butter cup, where instead of getting, like, a pack with 2, you get, like, 1 very tall one. And in some of that extra space, they put, like, a layer of caramel. It's, so it's like chocolate, peanut butter, and caramel. The previous list contained vanilla as, like, 4th of the favorite flavors. I can do, like, a bunch of damage. I feel like I'm too stupid to maximize this. Part of the problem, too, is that, like, Flashpoint ends my turn, so I can't, like, dodge out of the way after doing damage with that. I honestly think I'm just gonna shoot here. It reduces the damage a little bit because of the armor, but, like, then I only take 1 hit. Well, I don't know. If I just, like, move right 1, which I could do with heat sink, and it doesn't affect Flashpoint at this point, then I do more damage and I'm, like, gaining shield that I have to not max out anyway. I think that's okay. Oh, there's that, though. Right. That was always going to be a problem. This still kind of works. Gemini's a really bad ship, everyone. I need you to know this. Yeah, I did end up taking 1 more hull damage than I had anticipated. How much health you at? 7? That's like a really annoying amount of health, as it turns out. Oh, but you're weak now, so I can, like, heat wave, scoot 6. Okay. Upgraded sidestep. regular lunge, upgraded sear, which gives me 2 heat, but also does 2 piercing stun attacks. That somehow feels excessive. I feel like I want sidestep now. It is starting to feel like I might need a touch more movement after adding a few more cards. And the retain is nice too, just because like I've had a couple like uneven hands where I draw like all my attacks at once and then can't move, so like the retain might help. Overcharger, every 4th turn gain an overdrive. Wow, we're kind of doing that, huh? Okay, hold on. Overcharger, DACA drum. No, I've had DACA drum. Nanofiber hull. Codex. Artifacts. So DACA drum had. The other things look like. Red circle with diamond in it is overcharger, and nanofiber holds like a circuit board thing. Codex artifacts. I don't think I have nanocharger. I do appear to have overcharger. Heal 1 after each combat. Honestly, like, that actually sounds like a thing I want now anyway. I'd probably normally take overcharger, but, like, I think that means that we definitely have our new ship now. Let's go this way. Get pressure fuse, which is, like, almost active. We want to upgrade. Always like to upgrade. Honestly, maybe multi-shot? Can Fate be flippable? No. Maybe I do want EMP Slug B. It's a little risky, but it sounds fun. Let's upgrade EMP Slug to EMP Slug B, which gives more heat but does a lot of damage. Which kind of works with what we're doing. Oh, good. Solar Flare. That's the encounter I wanted, where we're close enough to a sun that we all passively gain heat. I mean, at least I have ways to vent heat, but, like, whoops. Okay. Swap? Heatsink would be pretty good, except for the fact that if I do that, then Flashpoint doesn't do anything. Right now I'm taking 2 damage and have 2 shield, and I'm unable to hit them in my current position. This is going to be a somewhat annoying fight, I think. I wish I had... I might actually end up wanting to upgrade Flashpoint to the not end turn version. I don't know what my priority here is. I don't think I can play the inverter, which is like pretty annoying. Because playing the inverter means like taking like a lot of damage. Although that makes my attack stronger or whatever. No, I'm like I'm closing in on like the area boss. I don't want to do that. And sidestep isn't flippable. Man, this hand really sucks. Let's do some sort of compromise, I guess. I can't play inverter. It's just not good. So let's do shot Flashpoint. I take 2 damage, but I have the shield. My turn ends. Ugh. They're just like, their attacks are spaced so that like my attacks hit nothing. It's really annoying. Because like I have cannons with 1 space gap between them, and so do they, and they like have been aligning themselves in sort of a favorable position, which is bad for me. total health do they have? 22. That's like a lot. Jinkies. So I think I want to like move block shot, base shot, basic dodge, move. Ugh, I don't like the sound of that at all. I guess if I was gonna move, I might as well use combustion engine. But if I use combustion engine, no. I was thinking if I was going to use combustion engine, then I might as well use EMP slug. But then because of solar flare, I'll actually be in like the danger threshold. So like I shouldn't do that. So I think the correct answer is shot, dodge, but then don't actually use the dodge. Instead, combustion engine to the right. Oh no, now it's 2. Actually, 2 is fine. It's like the same amount of damage. 1 was going to move so that I was blocking the shot, but 2 will just mean that I don't take the shot at all. So I take 1, and I have the temporary shield. So they're in Heat Town. I can combustion engine to stay out of Heat Town. They're threatening 5 damage, so I can hit them for 5. Normally I might heat wave, but I don't think I want to under the circumstances. I'm not doing better than 5 damage. Yeah, I think it's just like parry and then combustion engine right. It's tempting to heat wave now, I guess, but that doesn't make any sense. And heat wave by itself, that turn wouldn't have done much. What do we have now? Lunge and feint, which is just like a little bit awkward, not gonna lie. And then they're blasting me for a lot of damage. I'm on the wrong side of the law. I think this is a setup turn where I'm going to endless magazine and like feint probably. And then might as well add a block. Okay. Well, I didn't draw anything that will reduce my heat, which I think means, isn't the way heat works? Yeah, as long as it's heat 3 or more, then at the end of your turn you take a direct hull damage and you reset heat to 0. So if I'm gonna take the damage anyway, then I might as well EMP slug because it does like a ton of damage. Yeah. Just briefly considering if I wanted to do anything with inverter, but like my shield is low and I'm taking hits, so I think what I want to do is like chip shot, slug, and then shield surge? I guess I could shoot him again. Yeah, I mean the 1 damage I'm taking now gets offset by my artifact. I'll shoot him for 1. So they have 6, and they're threatening 8 damage. Kaplow. Please get me away from the solar flare. Power play, momentum. Momentum's kind of fun, but it always... I think this is a bad build for momentum. Specifically because I already have the artifact that like punishes you for like maxing out shield. What does rev the engines do? Hermes boots is when you move an extra 1, and it's a status you get that turn. Doesn't it also give you a move? Isn't that one of those that doesn't explain the card, or am I misremembering that? But like, yeah, so momentum's a little bit like Claw from Slay the Spire, where every time you play it, like a variable increases. So in this case, you gain a shield, and then you gain one more shield each subsequent time you play it. So like eventually it becomes like 1 energy for like 3, 4, 5 shields. But that's only for like longer fights. Also, you're still limited by whatever your max shield capacity is. So like, I found it to be kind of medium a lot of the time, even though I like it and do still take it sometimes. Momentum boost capacitors is pretty fun, but like, I don't think I've ever had those and something that like sufficiently pays off all that nonsense. I think I might skip here. Like, I like momentum. I don't think it's great for what we have going on right now. Power play, like, is a little better than it was before because I have the nanofiber hull. But, like, currently I'm still kind of, like, recovered from some past injuries and still costs 2. Rev the engines. I mean, I just don't move, like, a ton. And, like, I'm not even a huge fan of Hermes boots in general, just because, like, sometimes you don't want to move 2. Sometimes you want to move 1. So I think I'm going to skip these. Rebound reagent. Once per combat, when you lose a hull, immediately heal 1. There's a lot of, like, healing stuff. I think I'm going to take the reagent. I'm a little more focused on attack, so being willing to take hull damage every now and then I think is good for me. What did I say I was going to upgrade? Flashpoint. Yeah, I think I would like to upgrade Flashpoint. I think that flexibility is worth spending the time on it. And I'm going to do it to the one that doesn't end my turn, so I can use it as a way to deal damage / toggle cannons at an effective point instead of having to position it to be ideal at end of turn. Yeah, I bet Parry's really good against boss. Hey, Parry's gotta be really good against the shopkeeper, right? Okay. Well, we should definitely EMP slug, I think. Although, like, I kind of want to hit the weak spot, but frankly, it doesn't matter that much. That's just like 1 extra damage. It's probably better to use it to stun something. So I should probably, like, yeah, I think I just, like, move left 1, EMP slug to disable the 2 damage shot. This shot is being blocked because of armor. Taking 1 here, so I can block shot. Oh, you know what? I could have done that better. I could have done heat sink, block shot. And that would have moved me into position to hit the weak spot. And it would have reduced my heat, I guess. I don't want that. I will just fire this off now. Because either way I lose 1 damage. If I move with heat sink, I lose 1. If I don't move, then I don't get the weak bonus. I don't have a lot of heat cards left in the deck right now. And I do have, like, heat reducers. So I think I'll spend this opportunity to shoot. Alright, so Parry's doing 7, which is cool. I think I should swap? Shouldn't have swapped. I think I just parry here. I have 2 damage incoming because armor blocks 1 here, and I have the shield for it. So I'll just, like, I mean, I don't like that I have to cut through some of their temporary shield, but I think that's probably still good. Ugh. Yeah, this hand is bad. None attacks, I got missiles incoming, and like not a great way to deal with that. Being faint helps a little bit. I guess I could just like feint and lunge to have a bonus armor and do an attack. So then the best thing I can do is move here. Heat wave. I think it's like either heat wave feint or feint heat wave and then lunge. It's like feint and then the wrong cannon is active for lunge to work. So heat wave and then lunge shoot and then is there a direction where moving 3 is good? Toggle 1, 2, 3. Not really. I think I either take damage from overheating or from just taking more damage, but at least I have temporary shield, which makes that a little better. Whatever, we're gonna move left 3. If I spend a regular movement to go right, then I'm only taking 2 damage. As it stands, I'm taking 3. I'm gonna save the movement, I think. I got that blocked. Stupid temporary shield. Finally drew that sidestep. Got a lot of block and nothing to do with it. Guess I'll just multi-shoot and block a bunch. I think combustion engine is useful to me. Is it? Not really. I mean, like, reducing 1 heat seems okay. But I'd have to move 2. And if I do that, I'm taking the same amount of damage that I am now? I don't know. Maybe it's worth it. Just to have the heat a little under control. I still have only like the 1 payoff for it? I didn't even draw that this turn. So I can heat wave parry, which will do 8. Might need to be defensive this turn though, because this looks awful. So currently I'm taking 2 on the right and another 2 for 4, 5 damage. So if I move left 1, then I'm taking 2 hit on either armored side, so that's only 2 total damage. And 1 in the middle, so that's 3, and that puts my cannon in range to parry, and I have armor for that? Alright. I should... Oh, if I heat wave, then I won't target the weak spot. It's like the same difference, but I just add a heat and get no future benefit. I guess I'll just hit him. EMP slug is a bunch. They're at 10 with 3 temporary armor though, so that feels like that's not particularly happening. I can EMP slug to disable the big hit on me this turn. And then I can like flashpoint and then I can... Oh, I know what I can do. I can feint and then combustion engine. And then... I think I'm in fine shape. No, wait a minute. If I move left 2 and then right 3... No, that's fine, right? Yeah, that's exactly where I want to be. I was misestimating this gap at first and thought I might move too far. Got 5, huh? I don't think I'm dealing 5. Kind of just have to, like, lunge, I think. Alright, those are concussable and not armored. I have it in my head that, like, concussable spaces are always armored, but I think that's just a particular fight where I normally see concussive. It's just, like, a lot of missiles. I don't know who invited all the missiles. I'm gonna move right to? I think. And then if I shield surge and basic block, then I should, like, stop all the incoming damage. This build is solid but underwhelming. So I could turn my shields into lethal. Okay, good. That's done. I hate this ship so much. Oh, look at... Oh my god, look at these options. Look at these options. We could have a not upgraded inverter, which adds some flexibility. Oh no, it starts as 2. You only get it at 1 if you do the opposite upgrade. That's not even that good, really. I think that's more effort than I want to put into that. I could have a third parry or thermal battery, and I think I know what chat's gonna say we should take. Isn't this actually the specific... Like, the inverter is a different choice, but, like, parry versus thermal battery is what we had last time, right? Oh, I'm actually genuinely surprised that Ditto says battery. I know that Ditto is pretty good at these strategy games. I just figured he would want me to go full meme for the stream. Alright, I want one more opinion. Literally anyone. 3 batteries and we could double parry in 1 turn. That's even more meme than anything else. I got my vote. It's battery. Shield burst. Every time you gain any shield, gain a temp shield. That actually might be bad for us, because if we gain too much temp shield, then we won't take shield damage? No, maybe that's fine. Because then it just saves up the shield for converter? Inverter? Inverter. Berserker drive. Have I seen this before? At the start of combat, gain a power drive. On the second turn of combat, your enemy also gains a power drive. Gemini Core booster. Requires Gemini Core. Your left cannon does +1 damage. Your right cannon stuns but does -1 damage? God, the Gemini is such a garbage ship. Why is it like this? I really hate this ship. It's really stupid. I mean, the problem is that, like, I have a hard enough time just, like, hitting stuff with my cannons in half of these fights. If my, like, right cannon does -1 damage and I don't have a damage booster, that just sounds awful. I mean, I guess it would still be able to stun and do 0 damage, but I don't think that's what I'm doing here. I guess, ironically, if I had Berserker Drive, it would make Gemini Core better. I'm gonna try Shield Burst. This sounds kind of interesting. I appreciate... Stevens hasn't commented in a minute. They said... When I said Gemini, I like Gemini more over time, I still think it's the worst ship in the game, lol. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, like, it's also the sort of thing where, like, I definitely can imagine, like, a certain type of deck build or, like, a certain combination of artifacts can, like, take advantage of the weird quirks of the ship in a way that make it better. But, like, it definitely just seems like it is the worst ship from what I've seen. I'm gonna try shield burst. I could definitely get punished for taking shield burst. It says Gemini when anyone picks it. It has, is this called Blair B 9 rack peek? A raccoon peeking out of trash can, which is very good. Superbase says I have no strong opinions on Gemini. What are your opinions on this game after watching a little bit of it, Superbase? I do recommend it. I mean, this is a terrible ship to get a sense of it because I think this ship is just real mess. But I think this game is great. I personally like it a lot and have recommended it every time I've played it, and that opinion has not changed. Might not be for you. I definitely respect that. Is there something in particular about it? Oh, that's interesting. You didn't like Roguebook, and you compared the ship mechanic, or the crew mechanic to Roguebook earlier. Let's see. I can inverter and do none damage this turn, unless Swap does something good. Swap does something good. I feel like this ship would benefit from that artifact that makes your second attack stun. But that doesn't mean that I would like the thing that makes your right cannon always stun but do less damage. Not a fan of the crew managing dynamic. Well, I'll clarify something, and I think we'll have time to at least, like, poke at another run before we end the stream. It's not so much that you have to manage the crew. The crew just decides what options you get. I mean, frankly, you can just, like, pick 3 crew members you like and never change from them. It makes unlocking certain things a little harder, but, like, you really only have to care about the crew at the start of the run and just be vaguely aware of what types of cards they give you. Like, you don't have to do, I think, anything with them after that. Ever played Monster Train? I did, and Monster Train wasn't exactly for me. It wasn't, like, Monster Train's not a bad game, but I don't think I like it as much as most people who are into roguelikes. The math just got, like, super complicated in that game, like, really quickly, and not in a way that was necessarily fun. Because, like, if you... certain roguelike games, you, like, make some build, and then you're like, if I play these... if I build my deck right, then I play 5 cards and deal 10 trillion damage, and that's kind of fun, to do a big number. But, like, in Monster Train, it was like, I'm dealing, I think, like, 260 damage, but this monster has, like, 382 health points. Monster Train has this, you pick 2 tribes, and often the best strategy is to lean heavily into one. I mean, one of the roguelike elements of this game is that it definitely doesn't equally offer you cards from each type. I have a defensively oriented build. I have 2 shield crewmate cards in my deck. Would I have taken more if I saw more? Maybe. But, like, I definitely hear that complaint, and I don't know that this would make you like the game anymore. But, like, because the game doesn't offer you, like, an even distribution of choices based on your crew, you can't, like, cheese the game in a way where you're like, well, my favorite character is, like, the regular damage dealer gunner character, and so I'll only ever take those cards. Because you can have a run where you choose that character and you just don't see that many cards from them. Like, I feel like the crew mechanic in this game is largely to focus randomization. Like, if there is a subset of cards you feel more comfortable or more interested in playing, you pick the crewmates that, like, do those types of effects, and then you still kind of have to, like, go with the flow of whatever's offered to you. It's, again, that's not necessarily something that might make you like the game more, but as someone who's played a decent number of these, it's something that stands out about this game and does interest me about it. Record damage in one attack in Monster Train was like over 166,000. I believe that. It's a weird game. That sort of thing is definitely possible in that game. The problem I always had was just, like, figuring out if I actually, like, killed anything. Okay, so if I block and then I inverter and then I heat wave, I will have toggled the cannon on the right to be active. And also, I will have acquired 4 overdrive. And then I can do Shield Surge after, which I know sounds like a not... It sounds like a Nombo, but I think that's the correct sequence. Because then it actually just blocks incoming damage. So, like, basic block into Inverter. And then Heat Wave to toggle back. And then deal 5 damage twice. And then shield because I have energy for it. I always forget that my inverter is upgraded to the point that I get shield back. I've never once correctly remembered that, ever. Okay, so if I parry, then I do 10 damage. And if I flashpoint, I do 4 damage. I think it's fine to do this because I have enough shield left over that I actually am just fine taking a hit to the face. So, like, I think I just, like, parry for a lot, flashpoint, and, like, don't even move? Just take 4? I think that's what I want to do. Now I have parry of 8 with 2 charge, which blows them up regardless. Kapow. If you're able to max all modifiers on the final super boss and monster train, he gets up to about 6,000 health. That sounds kind of low considering some of the weird damage numbers you get in that game. Alright, multi-blast, deflection, boost capacitors. Do I want boost capacitors now? Before there was like an actual like card that was more important over it, I think. I mean, the fact that it costs 2 is still rough. I like don't really make extra energy in this deck. Deflection. Deflection B is kind of cute. I mean, but either version of deflection seems fine. Maybe deflection is good? I mean, again, it also costs 2, but, like, it's more self-sufficient. You, like, gain the block if you need it that turn. And it does damage. This might be a skip. I'm not sure. I did take that battery that I feel like we haven't drawn yet, but I'm not convinced that that makes either of these cards, any of these 2 cost cards, a better pick. What's the best thing to do? Probably go for mid boss. You again. You've been loitering around the Cobalt for a while, right? It's called the Cobalt? Yeah, have you been taking sensor readings of it? They'd be really helpful. I don't know, maybe. When I stole the ship, it didn't come with the manual. This game has such a weird irreverence to it. Like, it's like irreverent of its own nonsense. Like, this game has no time for itself in this weird way that amuses me. This hand sucks. I mean, parry is just not very good against this type of enemy, regrettably. I think what I'm doing here is, like, move left 1, parry, lunge, because I have extra turn 1 energy. Actually, thermal battery doesn't exhaust. I thought it exhausted. So I guess I could, like, thermal battery heatsink after lunging, just so that I block that shot. It's like heat neutral. Oh no, fumes. Just finished a wild Dizzy Riggs max run with dice roll A. 0 energy, discard 2 cards, deal 2 damage. Draw shot A and max draw. There's a lot of cool things you can do in this game. And I feel like a lot of them aren't as, like, neatly linear to build as certain other games. Like, Slay the Spire can be like that for some of the classes. I appreciate that about this game. I think this is just like a faint turn. This hand sucks. I feel like I say this hand sucks about this deck a lot, despite thinking that this deck is generally pretty good. Yeah, I think this is just like an Endless Magazine faint block turn or something. Do I want a Heat Wave? No, that increments down at end of this turn even if I don't use it. It doesn't carry over unless I have multiple, so no. So I'm gonna block the missile with the temporary, that's fine. Inverter, huh? Wish I had the battery this turn. That'd be pretty good. So I think I want to like move right one, inverter, which toggles left cannon on, multi-shot to do like a lot of damage. Scoot, invert. Oh my god, these are big numbers. Multi-shot. So my heat is currently 0. If I play combustion engine now, I should move 0. Awesome. That toggles the cannon though, which lets me use this chip shot for lethal. That I was up to all the memories except Isaac's. Are you also not a huge Isaac fan? I've grown to like him a little bit more since I've like leaned into like using the drones as blocks, but like I don't know, I just thought there'd be more potential to the things you could do with missile-based stuff. Yeah, chip damage for sure. Faint B. That's the one that gives you a regular movement. Oh my god, big shield B. That's just a funny card. Why are these all upgraded? Multi-shot B? That's a pretty low risk take. I'm gonna take that. Yeah, let's go straight. Oh, crumbs, it's this guy. I hate this man. Oh, he's gonna be a real pain in the butt, huh? Hey, turns out this hand sucks. Okay. I think I need Endless Magazine, because like the chip attacks are like good at like juking this guy so I can actually like do something to him. Like, parry just like sucks against this guy. But if I do this... I was gonna say I wish I had one more energy, but I do. So like... Inverter. Multi-shot, thermal battery, endless magazine? Because if I multi-shot him, he'll dodge. Oh, he dodges left. That's right. That's bad for me. I'm taking 3 total damage and whatever the status effect from this one is, which is move lock, is that right? Let's just move out of the way of that status. Yeah, I think we really needed to set up Endless Magazine for this fight. This guy really sucks. So now I want to move right. Which is annoying, because, like, Feint would be good otherwise. I guess I could draw into Lunge with Basic Swap. Nah, multi-shot. I really do hate this man. And then I, like, heat sink. Yeah, I think I heat sink multi-shot? And I think I just fire off the block shot to gain a shield? No, that doesn't make sense. If I'm gonna do that, I might as well feint right? Yeah, I think that's the play. Double shot, feint. Okay, they don't have the status this turn. And I have nominal attacks, so I can't capitalize on that in any meaningful way. Excellent. Well, I guess it sucks to be me. Let's do ship shot, lunge, basic block, basic dodge, something. I have none heat, so these don't move me. I can move right. Actually, I will take the same amount of damage if I move right one or not, because currently the Seeker Missile will hit where I'm armored. So I should take 5 regardless and still not take hull damage. Thoughts on Slime Against Humanity? So Slime Against Humanity is a new card from Murders of... I'm in that camp that really wants to keep calling it, like, Markov Manor. But it's something else, right? Because Markov is the Innistrad one, and this is set on Ravnica. It's a magic card. I think it's a sorcery. Probably. It makes, like, a slime token with +1 counters on it equal to the number of slimes against humanity in your graveyard and exile. I think it's really funny. I like oozes and slimes. I was just, not that long ago, I was watching a weird, basically like silver border commander game that the Loading Ready Run people did, where like one of the decks had like a rule 0 on, like they could have any number of copies of Charging Badger or Crashing Badger or something. It's like a 1-mana 1/1 Badger that has like trample or something like that. And like there were so many like wacky things that deck was built to do based on that rule 0. And like the main thought I have when I see Slime Against Humanity is just that game. Most of the things that are possible with that don't really work the same way with a 3-mana card, even though you can have any number of them in a green deck. I don't know. I don't know if it's insane. It seems fun. That's for sure. So I probably want to Shield Surge to stop the missile, although I guess the missile's once again sort of opposite my armored part, which is nice. I guess since the big damage hit isn't hitting me, I'll just stun the other one. And then I might as well block. And then chip shot. Yeah, parry's like really bad against tiny ships like this. Alright, he wants to move to the right. I have a lot to say. Oh, I have sidestep, I guess. Maybe that's the good one. Okay. Inverter B will increase my killing power. So let's do that. And then let's Heat Wave. And then let's 12 them. Wave Charge adds 2 Wave Beam, which is a 0-cost piercing attack. Which is actually a little good. I don't know if it's great. Here's Converter. X is equal to your shield, you get movement equal to X, and then you set your shield to 0. It's like Inverter, but it sucks. It's potentially situational. Boost Capacitors B. Boost Capacitors B is the fun one, but I still don't think I want that. I'm a little maybe on Wave Charge. Because with the... I have a couple of things that, like, give me overdrive, and like wave beams are like good things to draw off that. Also just having some like 0-cost attack feels like it's good with stuff like parry. I've talked myself into this, even though I do think it's probably kind of medium. Oh, it's the Corrode ship. I don't know why. I find this one really amusing. Oh, man. Like basic dodge. Multi-shot. Oh man, because one of my cannons is opposite, like an armored part, and I don't want to deal with that. I guess I can flashpoint for nothing to position my other cannon to do something better. And I think I'm just going to take the hit. So... Oh wow, that's a lot of damage, huh? I wish I had parry on this turn. And I guess I have some extra move because I didn't do that last turn. The multi-shot's good against armored thing, and so will be the things from my wave beam. Do the wave beams exhaust? They sure do. Or they do the super... Oh no, they're temporary. That's the soft exhaust. It stays in your deck until the battle ends. I think, though... Well, I don't know. It's a little closer between Endless Magazine and Wave Charge as to what one is good. Because this thing has so many armored spaces. Maybe the correct thing is just to do both and, like, take a hit here. It's kind of a big hit, but isn't that just true regardless? I don't have, like, any move or defensive options in my hand. So I could do, like, 1, 2, 3... I mean, I could use all of my movement to not take any damage. I think it makes more sense to spend 3 to take 2 damage and then set up by doing Endless Magazine, Thermal Battery, Wave Charge. So I have some like free attacks in the deck that like ignore armor. I will get 0 damage attacks to help me like toggle cannons and things. I don't think I've ever drawn parry and battery on the same turn. Eight damage is like pretty good, but it is like my whole turn without the battery. No, not the whole turn. I have some 0 cost stuff. I could at the very least use Combustion Engine for free to move over 1, and then I'm taking 5 damage, which is more damage than I would like to take, admittedly. Kind of a weird hand, where if I like don't do that... I think I actually don't want to play parry this turn. I think it's more valuable to have all the other cards, which is mainly just lunge and heat sink. So I should move right 1 first, because whenever I play heat sink, it will reduce the amount that can move to none. Oh, lunge, huh? No, I got this, I think. Ship shot, lunge. Heat sink wave beam doesn't really work, does it? Yeah, wave beam just kind of doesn't do anything right now. That's fine. We'll just heat sink and pass. That was an okay turn. It's kind of a weird draw. Hey, Continue, welcome to the stream. How you doing? How you Saturday going? 10's a pretty good amount of damage off of parry. Although this is a turn where I drew Inverter. Does that let me do anything particularly silly? Not a lot of like movement options here. You can basically either do setup. I mean, I think right now I'm taking 5 damage. Maybe this is a good parry turn. I'm gonna like use up all that shield. Yeah, let's do heat wave. Let's do heat wave. Wave beam because it ignores the reduction to that armored space. Parry for 11. And then I guess I could chip shot for basically 1. That's fine. Do I want to move? I take like all of my shield. I think... Am I drawing my move card? I'm drawing cards that can scoop me a little. I'll dodge. Do Do, 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 do. Right, I don't have any carryover overload because I didn't do the other thing. Chip shot. Swap. Ooh, EMP, huh? Let's do block shot, EMP. Oh. I didn't pay attention to the fact that it would put me in overheat. I think that's the first time I'm going to take overheat damage, but that's okay because I ended up with some like healing stuff in the middle of this run. So I guess I'll just basic... Oh, no, wait. I shouldn't basic block. If I basic block, I'll take another direct damage. Yeah, I actually kind of have to take damage soon. And I don't mean the whole damage from the fire. I need to, like, get shot. Weird. Does it make sense to sidestep right now? It doesn't seem like it would. That would represent a total of 7 damage. No, that sounds stupid. I just have to be careful next turn, which I won't do. Shut up about it. Yeah, there's my burn damage. But I healed it immediately because I have a thing that heals me once per battle if I take direct damage. I am at full shield. Oh, I am at full shield, but that also means that I think my shield triggers before they attack, so I think I take that hit regardless. Can I kill them? Oh, they are, like, pretty low. Maybe I can just kill them. Chip shot on this side, wave beam on this side, basic shot. Took damage, but it's okay because you took a sippy. That's so true. I really want table flip to be a good card because I just like the idea of a status where all your cards can flip. I'm pretty sure it's abysmal. I think this card's like really bad. Shield surge, that doesn't do the thing I want. Blocker burnout A reduces my shield total, which seems very risky with this build. Do I take table flip even though it is bad? It's the even worse one that costs 2. I mean, I have a decent number of things where, like, adding flippability might be nice. I guess that's not really true. Because, like, some of my stuff already has flip. You flip, like, sidestep and lunge and feint. And I guess heat sink. I think I'm just skipping again. Heal booster, you heal extra when you heal. Adaptive plating, gain max hull and heal one every time you defeat a boss. It's especially good this late. Ooh, fracture detection. This makes like a secret weak spot on all their ships. I like that one. What can I upgrade? I mean, upgrading basic dodge seems like pretty decent at this point. If we upgrade parry, we can have one that we can draw even late into the game against boss. Dude, it says, table flip seems bad even in a deck that wants it. Can confirm. Table flip used to cost 3? Oh my god, why? Yeah, I think I like having one of the parries not exhaust. I don't think I would want that on both, though. I think it's probably objectively better to make the dodge cost 0, but I'm going for the fun one. Ooh, stun calibrator. I think that is good for us. Oh, maybe we just upgrade the dodge anyway. Let's see, upgrade swap. Oh, I can upgrade swap so that it doesn't exhaust. If I remembered that earlier, that might have been good. Is upgrading thermal battery good for something at this point? If I'd done that earlier, that might also have been good. It does give 2 heat. That's a little risky. I think I'm just gonna go with the dodge. Another 0-cost card helps toggle the cannons when I need to. I can also just sort of like build up gradually some, like, evasion stuff over time to move the ship around. How are the runs going? We've only done one run because we're playing with the Gemini, and this ship is god-awful. But this run has been going fine. It's been a really interesting build. It's just everything takes forever because I can't just shoot my cane, and I have to think really hard about whether I'm actually going to hit them. I forget. If I don't attack this thing, does it stay asleep for a turn? Like, if I just did, like, endless magazine and passed, would I be able to, like, set up a good turn? Or does it get up anyway? I think it gets up. I don't think it's like the Sleepy Boss in Slay the Spire, who you get, like, 3 turns before it actually wakes up and is mad at you. Oh my god, look at all the shield artifacts Dizzy has. I just sort of defaulted to taking them after I realized I'd never taken any. 2 turns before he wakes up? Is that something? Maybe I could, like, play towards Inverter and just, like, take it out in 1 turn? Let's give it a shot, at least, I guess. Right, so it increases its health. Interesting, interesting. These parries are terrible draws under the circumstance. Since it gets up anyway... Am I supposed to attack now? Is it 2 turns of inaction or like 2 turns after the start? Oh, let's just science. Shouldn't rely on chat for that. Yeah, okay. It doesn't attack on that turn, but it gets up. That's fine. His hand is not good. Swap. Boy, the thing this hand didn't need was more energy. Needed anything to do. I mean, I guess chip shot, wave beam. I mean, like thermal battery combustion engine. Doesn't really like do anything. I'll spend 1 movement to block that damage and put myself precariously close to the wall. Okay, let's get that free dodge, I think. Yeah, I don't really care about positioning too much with this guy, so, like, dodge. Oh, boy. I think I'm gonna take a direct hull hit from my shield make thing. Oh no, it's one of yours, right? Nope, not that one. Prototype 22. Actually, let me check the wording on Prototype 22. Gain 1 shield at the start of every turn. Oh no, so if I take the hit during this turn, then I won't be in the threshold to take damage. And actually reading this, I was concerned that playing Shield Surge would trigger that damage, but it seems like you only take damage as part of the start of turn effect. Oh, cool, I found the weak spot without trying. So, like, Shield Surge, shoot, and then just, like, take a bunch of damage, which is actually what I want right now, weirdly. Of course, that is the turn I draw Inverter. Don't worry about that. Now, this is brittle, which means it takes double damage. So, if I was to say, like, Heat Wave, and then EMP Slug for, like, 6, that would make them dead to a chip shot. Stun Shot. We're not playing Stun Source. Fresh Interval gives you... Blue Circle is energy next turn? Yeah. I think, like, Temp Shield that doesn't risk overloading my regular shield and set up next turn to, like, maybe parry and something sounds good. I think that's fine. Oh, cool, I get a thing. I don't want Ricochet Panel... Jettison Hatch, also not it. Piercer. Your first attack each turn pierces. Sure. shop, huh? What's left to upgrade? I mean, I can make my basic shots cost less. Can make my basic swap permanent. I mean, I want to say that would smooth out my draws, but that, like, specifically doesn't actually work. What's the other one of these? Draw a card. Making thermal battery draw a card kind of has that effect, but also thins the deck? I don't know. I feel like I'm being stupid. Heat Wave. I wasn't paying attention to the fact that Heat Wave B is the permanent power drive. That would have been worth considering earlier. I think I'm gonna upgrade thermal battery. Upgrade thermal battery to draw a card mode. Now final boss. You are way too eager to get aboard the Cobalt. Don't you feel it calling out to you? Maybe a little, yeah. Let's... Boy. I think I want to do, like... multi-shot, move right one, EMP slug. Because that'll, like, concuss and also stun awkwardly. Like, I don't think I have a way to stack these for, like, maximum attack negation without spending a bunch of movement. Because this is a multi-shot. Because my second attack will stun, and any hit on this will effectively stun it. But, like, it doesn't play nice. Yes, Devlins, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I think I shoot, and then I scoot, and then I flashpoint for 0 to toggle my cannon so that EMP slug hits the thing I wanted to hit, and then I don't do anything else so that I don't take damage. Okay. Basic swap. Paint doesn't seem... No, it seems bad. Just kidding. Paint seems bad here. Oh, my heat's up to 2, huh? Actually, if I, like, heat wave and then combustion engine, maybe I, like, move where I want to be? Ugh. Seems like I have to think. I don't know if I want that. Actually, that all costs 0, so I can just let the game tell me where I am and then figure out the math. That hasn't punished me at all during this run. So I want to move right 3. And then I want to... Yeah, I think I'm fine. Fainting? Yeah, that should be fine. And I guess if I want to hit them with my basic shot after all that, I kind of have to refresh interval. Or sidestep. I'm just going to interval attack and hope for something. Just hope to draw, like, parry or something next turn. Yeah, first attack pierces, second attack stuns. Yeah, man, it's like, it's not the most exciting build in the world, but I think this is a really solid ship situation we put together. Okay, so we do have an extra energy this turn, which means we could potentially play some weird combination of these, like, stupid setup cards. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a great turn for Inverter. Just a little disappointing. I also can't really make 2 attacks to stun the big hit here. I mean, I can... Combustion engine seems alright, because then I... One thing I would like, and I'm honestly not sure how they would implement it, is, like, if there was, like, something in the interface that would, like, highlight where my ship would become in relation to them. Like, I can figure it out myself, but, like, sometimes when you start factoring in, like, multiple movement cards or something like that, turns can, like, feel really difficult to, like, visualize. It's, like, not the end of the world by any means, but, like, it's a little annoying. Oh, I didn't even notice I, like, exposed brittle spot over here. That's funny. It's not... Nah, I guess that's one of the more likely spots for it to be. Yeah, if I had multiple attacks this turn, I could, like, stun something, which would be good. I don't, because I keep getting weird draws out of my deck. And also, my deck is weird. I guess I can... I think I want this. Yeah, because this is blocked and this is reduced and yada yada. So I could, like, inverter to have, like, one... I guess it'd be an okay hit. I am, like, being threatened with damage, though. I think, honestly, this turn is just, like, I take the damage from them and play my setup cards. Endless Magazine and Wave Charge. Yeah. I feel reasonably good about that. Okay, there's Chip Shot, which I can use to remove the missile, and then I can... something and then parry. Oh, no, hold on. I can Chip Shot to destroy the missile. Then I can lunge. And then I can thermal battery and then parry? Is that gun facing something if I do that? If I lunge? And we stun that middle bit there with the big attack. That's good. And then we... thermal battery... guess no, let's do the one that sticks around, I guess. Because, like, parry should be pretty good against this boss. And then we'll get a dodge. And I think we spend exactly all of our shield blocking this turn. Correct. Okay, there's a bunch of attacks and not my inverter, which is a little disappointing. I think this is a good sidestep turn. Because I, like, align myself in the middle. My first attack is piercing, yeah? So then I want to do that with my multi-shot so that it concusses. Oh, no, no, I didn't want to use multi-shot because now I use the stun. I should have used Chip Shot. That's what I should have done. Crap. I guess I might as well. Wave Beam to concuss this. And then, like... Shield... Oh, I can play literally everything, because a bunch of those cards cost 0. Yeah, we're gonna take... non-actual damage. I guess this is not terrible. Oh, but if I don't scoot, then the non-wave beam attacks can't hit anything. And they will do more damage if I move. So let's move... Oh, shoot. It's not ideal. Like, Chip Shot... I end up wasting some resource regardless. I think I'm just going to fire off a shot. Yeah, they keep hiding the brittle part from me. No big surprise there. So we can do shield and inverter. Maybe thermal battery draws an attack or something. Maybe we should just thermal battery first. It's a little sketchy. Puts me in self-damage range. But I guess that's okay. We offset that with heat sink. So we do basic block, inverter. Then we do like heatsink, and then like multi-shot to stop the big attack hitting me, because that will. No, wait a minute. I think I missequenced this again. I think I was supposed to like move and then multi-shot and then heat sink and then chip shot. This is fine though. It's gonna do a bunch of damage and then we'll chip shot, which gets reduced by 1 but still stuns something, and then we take 1 and that's fine. Did I leave both parries in my deck? Doesn't feel like I did that. So I don't have enough move to like go anywhere in particular that I want to go. I can do like a bunch of damage with EMP slug and multi-shot, but it will be virtually impossible to align them in a way that makes me happy. I guess I could just like... Well, that's actually the most amount of damage I can do this turn. If I EMP Slug B, it actually increases the amount of damage that Flashpoint does by 2. So that altogether is like 13 damage. And then I just multi-shot, so then if I just spend my energy good, then it works. I don't think that's... No, wait, I could do this. My first attack... I want... chip shot? Because everything else, like, kind of pierces. Okay, got there. I was trying to maximize math to a degree I didn't need to. You are growing stronger. Who shall it be? I don't think we have any Drake memories.
You could see our entire time streams, right?
I see all.
So, you know I'm not a good person. Why save me?
Your fate is tied to the others.
Oh, I get it. You're so far above our plane of existence, you don't even understand good and evil. That's so lame.
You misunderstand. I already tried to discard your time stream into the void. I was simply unable.
Ah, that's even worse.
Let's watch it. T-minus 35 days, that's not that long ago.
Yeah, what's so special about it? Sounds like just another derelict.
No, this one's different. Sensor readings are off the charts, literally.
What sensors? What charts?
I don't know. I stole your sensor array from a science vessel. I have no idea how to use it.
Ah, right.
But the lights were going crazy. There's something special about it for sure.
Alright, I'll snoop around and see what's going on out there.
T-minus 34 days?
Brimford.
Eunice, the regular.
No, I'm cutting back. Just a quadruple espresso.
You're going soft.
Watch it, old man.
You only come here when you need something. What is it?
There's a big ship loitering in this nebula, 20 parsecs from here.
What about it?
You know about it?
Yeah, it's an unregistered craft with an experimental propulsion system. I don't know exactly what, but it sounds like a lucrative target.
How do you know all that?
Some possum girl was in here blabbing about it. She runs deliveries to and from it.
Riggs.
Riggs? Well, dang. Well, we definitely hit our artifact threshold. So what ship did we get? Jupiter. Jupiter is 3. A comms vessel with no cannons of its own. It launches special Jupiter drones! Oh my god, that's amazing. But wait a minute. If it gets a bunch of Jupiter drones, and it doesn't have a cannon, do your attacks still work? I mean, we're like, so... Here's my criteria, right? I want to start a run. I'm going to do it on normal. We're going to play Jupiter. We need to have parry so that we have multi-attack, because multi-attack is good with Jupiter drones. What do you want, chat? In addition to that, what do you want? Oh, it's just, you get like Jupiter drone cards in your deck. And what is the green recycle symbol? I think I've seen it before, but I don't remember it. You want the go? I guess that makes sense because we're gonna have like drone stuff. I feel like we should have someone that isn't Drake, maybe? Riggs? Yeah, I was kind of leaning Riggs. Yeah, let's go for it. I like this. I like this. Also, you know I really like Jupiter drones. I had no idea this was a Jupiter-themed ship. That's so fun. System corrupted. Let's see. We can replace our start with a shield and evade with a random boss artifact, which could be good or bad. Can upgrade a card of our choosing, which I don't think I've seen before, or upgrade 2 random cards to type A. Oh, and you also start with a basic shift card in your deck with the Jupiter. But wait, how come the Jupiter card isn't in my... Oh, it must be similar to the Ares thing where it just keeps showing up in your hand or something. No, I'm glad you didn't spoil the surprise, Joe. This is very exciting. Oh, you know what I should do? Let's just start the run with... Well, which upgrade of multi-shot is the one I like? Is A. And this time it's offering A. I could just upgrade multi-shot A, but if I upgrade 2 random cards to type A upgrades, then one of them could be multi-shot. It could even be a boat. It wasn't, though.
Woo, cryosleep migraine. Computer T boba cold.
Ice and sweetness levels?
Whoa, that worked? 50% ice, 200% sweet.
Sounds great. Go make it yourself.
Aw.
Yeah, okay, it adds Jupiter's moons to your hand every turn. I was really freaked out by draw shot for a second, but it's just saying that it doesn't currently do any damage. Where's my bay? Okay, it's there, huh? What do I want this turn? I drew none of those cards I upgraded, so it's about the worst possible thing I could imagine. Ooh, I know what to do. Jupiter's moons. Lunge. Oh, shoot. Lunge moves me 2. I was thinking it was going to move me 1 for some reason, and then I was going to put an attack drone in the way of their attack. I can sort of still do that, but I have to spend my 1 movement, which is, you know, less good. Oh, and I got a weak spot in my comms. That's kind of fun. Yeah, let's do a scoot and drone and just eat my mistake. Whoops, my bad. It could even be Dahlia Boat. It's true, you know, it could be Dahlia Boat. I don't know why anyone would want that, but it absolutely could be. All right, let's make a Jupiter drone. Man, the ship rules. Let's play that basic shift for free. It's a pretty good upgrade. Let's get a block because I'm gonna... Oh, you're starting shield capacity is 3? This ship is wild. I keep going to, like, figure out where I'm gonna shoot so I don't blast my own drones, but I don't have to. Oh, I could have played that too. Thought I ran out of energy for some reason. How about I, basic dodge so that I can play another Jupiter drone? And then shoot! Oh, I love this ship. This ship is like the anti-Gemini. I inherently love it. Hey, how about a Jupiter's drone? And then, like, multi-shot? Is there anything impressive I can do? No, like, multi-shot's pretty much... Wait a minute. There's a Jupiter's drone in the deck? Why is that true? Shouldn't that not be... Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good! It's the best ship! Shield drone? Nah, why do I need a shield drone? I got all these Jupiter drones. Quick thinking might be good. Wave charge isn't the worst. Because if you get wave charge, then you have, like, zero cost attacks in your deck that you can just, like, fire off on the same turn you're putting down your Jupiter drones. I think it's kind of close between that and quick thinking. I kind of want both of them is the trick, because they're kind of good together. Quick thinking offsets the fact that you like put 2 cards in your deck that you don't have right away. I don't know. I'll take the piercing and whatever. Okay, what do I want to do here? This is like one enemy and nonsense. This is a question mark and one guy. Probably that. Probably straight through the middle. How about a Jupiter drone? I was gonna be like, oh, actually, I probably shouldn't have put that there. But what about basic shift A? And then I scoot this so that you blow up your own shield drone, you idiot. Multi-shot. And basic dodge, probably. Shots are more effective when I have more stuff. Idiot. How about a Jupiter drone? And free block. And I guess like parallel shift? Like parallel shift lunge? Because then like they don't blow up my drones and then I move and they both shoot. Interesting. How much shift do I currently have? 1. Huh. This drone versus drone violence is getting kind of silly. I think what I want to do is like move this, spend attack drone, make another Jupiter drone, shift everything to the left again, and then draw shot? I don't understand how Jupiter drones are ending up in the deck. I'm here for it because I love Jupiter drone, but why is that happening? Recycle. This card goes to the top of your draw pile instead of your discard pile when played. Then how have I not... Oh! Okay. How about a Jupiter drone? And parallel shift. And... shoot like super many times. Oh, I ran out of energy. I should use my drone shift so that instead of blowing up 2 of mine, they blow up 1 of mine and 1 of theirs. And then I guess I'll block. Oh no, all my ships are over there. How about a Jupiter drone? I wish I could maybe draw shot? Will draw me something I can use? Oh, I guess I can just lunge. I only need to do 1 more damage. Lux. Whenever the ship attacks, it gains 1 temp shield. Does anyone know... Reading the card doesn't explain the card. If I play attacks but don't shoot my cannon because my ship doesn't have one, does that count? Like, I don't think it would count for each Jupiter drone, but I think that if I did like a multi-shot, that would count as 2 even though I don't have a cannon, I think. A little disappointing to see Wave Charge again. Just kind of hoping to have both of those things. Upgrading Lunge might be cool for this deck. Science. Science is a great response to that, the real rhyme. Also, welcome. Unless I don't think I missed you coming. Either way, welcome. Good to have you here. We kind of have to take Flux. You're totally right. But, like, yeah, that really makes me want... It kind of makes me want to have more, like, beam charges. But it keeps giving me, like, 2 cards I want at the same time, and I can only have 1. It's Wizbo! My favorite enemy in the game. Because he's this little wizard man with, like, a lollipop wand. And he flies a space tower that you can see him standing on top of. What a good man. This hand bites. This hand sucks. What can I say about anything? I can, like, play a Jupiter drone, because it rules. And then... I guess I could, like... Scramble or something? Flux is like a permanent status, right? It doesn't... Oh, it does decrease by 1. That's kind of worse. So what if we... It really sucks. I think I spend this first turn like Jupiter drone shift blocking, and then I guess just like scramble so that I set up for a better turn next turn. Your favorite is Sir Ratso. Which one's Sir Ratso? Okay, this turn they're not attacking, so let's Jupiter drone, parallel shift, attack drone block. That's like so many statuses. I mean, they got rid of like my favorite parry. I think I just like don't get to like I think I have to like Jupiter basic shot multi-shot so that I can like multi-shot again in the future, but like it sucks that I can't use the multi-shot this turn because I would really like that. Miasma costs 0 and gives me 1 heat. Okay, we should probably get rid of Corrode. I think we're fine to play Miasma. Yeah, I think it's like Toxic, Miasma. And then I think it's just like Scoot them, Jupiter drone, lunge. My draws haven't been super good. Ugh. Guess like parallel shift, dodge, draw shot? What would I draw off of draw shot? Oh, some like stuff I could play. Yeah, that's totally fine. Armor and this. And pass. Oh, the Honorable Knight that challenges you to a duel. I saw him like once off stream, and I was like specifically a run that like wanted to like exploit weak points, so I like couldn't really do his thing. I was like, nah, we should have a normal fight, or I'm at a major disadvantage. Okay, so if I move right 1, and then I play Jupiter's Moons, and then I move everything right 1, and then I multi-shot. That's like a lot, right? Lunge. Shift shot. Okay, so Jupiter drones copy the full nature of whatever attack you make. So having an attack 0 isn't beneficial with Jupiter drones. That's sort of a question, but it's also not a question, because I know that to be true. I just don't want it to be true. The heck do I want here? Do I want any of this? Shift shot is, like, not amazing. It's really awkward. I guess I want parallel shift. Parallel shift feels pretty good with Jupiter drones. Let's... question mark. I do appreciate that the game has some awareness that you've been through this before. Like, the first couple times you see Sagan, he's like, oh my god! And then this time he's like, hey, so how's the loop going? Fine, you? Great, I installed a hot tub on the bridge of my ship. But I keep raising the temperature and it doesn't feel like it's getting any warmer. This game is so stupid. So, missiles again? Yes, please. I'm not very good against the self-exploding missile build, am I? Oh, that's not true. I guess these parallel shifts are pretty good. Might as well throw my poor Jupiter drone in front of one of them. Woof. This is not what I would call a good draw. I think I, like, play a Jupiter drone to blow up one of the missiles and then just, like, scramble so I can, like, move where I have to, because I can't really blow up 2 missiles this turn. Okay. If I was to spend my drone shift, I could get them out of the way, but I think that's not the best use of my resources, because I have 2, like, drones I can use to counteract their stuff. So I think it's, like, scoot, Jupiter drone, scoot, attack drone, and then they take 2 again. Am I drawing to anything useful? I draw a Jupiter drone, which I guess saves me the trouble of drawing it next turn, because it has retain. I think that is technically strategically viable. Do kind of wish I hadn't drawn that parallel shift in that moment, though. Basic shift. So I should use Jupiter to counteract that. And then scoot, riot. And then, do I have any clever reason to use draw shot? I mean, I guess I draw Jupiter again. I guess this is just always going to be true in this deck. And then, yeah, let's play attack drone, I guess? I don't know if that matters. We've avoided giving him corrosion. That's good. Well, this one's already not hitting something. I guess I should scramble and launch a Jupiter against the homing missile and pass. I bet there's like an achievement for making it so this guy doesn't take any damage. I fixed it. No, wait, I'm just out of missiles. Herm. Two. So if I scoot 1 and then blow up this guy and then move them left 2, then he's only taking 2 damage, and also none of this really matters at this point. I got flux status. I'm alive. Can't thank you enough, so I won't. Let's see. Hard drive, missile malware. I definitely don't want Jupiter drones facing me. That sounds horrible. Stop hitting myself. Seeker. I want Seeker to be good. I've only, like, gotten it once and it wasn't good. I think Seeker will be better with this build. I'm gonna take it. Take away my missiles. Whatever. How does he even have a Seeker missile to give me after all of that? Also, the fact... there's, like, logistical questions that arise from that conversation. Like, is there some implication that, like, cards are infinite resources? I don't know, I'm having trouble articulating my thoughts right now. It's late in the day. We got a boss to fight. I never remember what the Needler's actual thing is. Well, he's not doing anything this turn, so I guess my best bet is like... It's either like trying to get 2 drones out, or like Jupiter drone wave charge, I think is better. Oh right, I don't have the one that puts 2 in my deck right away, so I just like have one that I drew. It'd be cool if I could draw that again. Let us block. Let us... Jeez. I guess we should, like... Parallel shift... Yeah. Parallel shift... Jupiter... Multi-shot? I think that's better than trying to get the missile out right now. Just because I happen to draw both of these and not have energy to do everything I wanted. Oh, neither's the payback guy. That name doesn't stick for me for some reason. Oh. Yeah, I can't really be in his way if I'm gonna do that, huh? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I have done that? I'm gonna take... Well... Yeah. I'm gonna lose all my shield damage. Okay, he's not attacking this turn, so I play a Jupiter drone. I get free shift. I... Parallel shift, which actually is good because it moves them into... Attack the weak point for massive damage position, and then I attack. Basic shift. Parallel shift. Drone shift. Jupiter's moon. I can't really draw a shot. Ah, it sucks. Wow. Safety override is like really awkward for him with the particular build I have going on. Let's summon a Jupiter. Let's multi-shoot. Great. Charge beam. Attack for 0. Each time this card is drawn, add 2. And this magazine is pretty good because it gives me 0 cost attacks that scale with the number of Jupiter drones I have. Draw shot is good because I can draw lots of cards. That's actually interesting. Draw shoot with like multiple Jupiter drones means that I could like feasibly draw like a full 10 card hand and cycle for what I need really aggressively. Charge beam can be upgraded to cost 0, and so it can do similar things to Endless Magazine without the setup cost, but it's not quite as reliable. These are all good options. I'm almost a little wary of taking the draw shot. I feel like somehow I could do something bad to myself with it, but you can't mill, it's a roguelike. So I don't know what I'm really worried about. I do feel like my deck could maybe use another attack, but actually the Endless Battery is also good with Flux, I guess. Alright, I'll try that. Okay, what do we have here? Every 4 Isaac cards get a bubble. This is like the first time I've ever been excited about that artifact. Jason Hatch is like, discard more cards. Gravel Recycler cares about asteroids being destroyed, which sucks, so I'm not going to take that. Let's sometimes have shields on our drones. Sharp Edges, every time you discard pile shuffled into your draw pile, the enemy loses a hull. See, now I wish I was drawing my entire deck with draw shot. Repair shop. Let's upgrade. I'm sad that I can't upgrade the Jupiter drones. But these seeker upgrades are kind of fun. I don't know which one of them would be better. Endless Magazine doing damage is actually probably a good idea. It's a 2 damage attack, so like if I have Jupiter drones out, like they're doing like heavy attacks, and also just the fact that like if I have the Jupiter drones out, then like it does something other than give me the status. So I think that's probably my best play. Let's do a question mark. Shuffle my ship parts. I feel like that can't truly punish me considering the ship construction. Like, the only thing that really matters for the entire combat is, like, where is my bay and whether I'm being hit anywhere. So I feel like shuffle is fine, and you gain max hull? Interesting. I actually think I like having my weak spot all the way to the left. That's probably pretty good for me. Repair shop. So I can upgrade another thing. You know I love to upgrade. Oh, you can make flux cost 1. That's very tempting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I want that. Cool. Boss. Jupiter Drone Endless Magazine, probably? There's a number of fun cards here, but like, Endless Magazine is a setup cost that it's probably best not to play later, because I will get better results now. So deal 2 damage, I take 1 hit back, which I start with shields for. Great, let's move 1 to the right so we take none attacks from them. Let's play a Jupiter Drone. I think I'm gonna play a basic dodge so that I don't get totally stuck in a bad spot here. And then we'll play multi-shot chip shot for a pretty good hit on turn 2. But endless mags. I mean, you're not wrong. Endless mags is obviously always tempting. Always. Kind of want to, like, basic shift stuff to the left. How much damage can I possibly tank here? I don't think I can position myself for this to do the most thing that I want. I mean, I might as well just play this. It costs nothing and doesn't really affect sequencing in any way. So I can move them to the left so that one of the drones will survive. And then I would be able to play another Jupiter drone in its place and it would tank damage for me, which isn't quite what I want, but isn't bad. It's probably the best thing I can manage. So play that. And then... I mean, let's see how this works. Now that we finally have, like, the energy to do it. I think you heal 8 after the fight, but 2 of that is your bonus hull. That's, I mean, that's sort of helpful to consider, but at the same time, the hypothetical of that question I was asking a moment ago is, like, could I move them out of the way so I could take as many hits as possible and then, like, flux and block a bunch of it? But, like, I only had drone shift 1, so it really wasn't possible to do it the way I wanted to. So, like, draw shot is going to draw me, like, 6 cards, right? Yeah, so I do get 1 temporary shield. It counts it as 1 action that I'm playing. So that is what I was expecting. Let's get a block, I guess, and then shoot three more times. I'm sad that you killed my drones. I'm very protective of my drones. I feel like I'm the Pharaoh from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, no, don't sacrifice all your monsters to the catapult turtle. Even when it's optimal. So you're currently at 12, huh? It's a relatively big number. I mean, I guess I'm just like draw shot, multi-shot, chip shot. I don't really see a way that that changes. Yeah, I don't want to move to do the Jupiter thing this turn, so like multi-shot, chip shot, pass. Pew! I love having scaffolding in your ship. There's just something super satisfying about it. Is Yu-Gi-Oh! A good show? Demolition asks. I got sent a VHS of their show back when it first aired in the 90s. Never followed through. It's hard to answer that question in a truly objective way. It's very meaningful to me, but it's also very much something I would expect me to like. You have to like melodrama and appreciate card games to some extent in order to enjoy that show at all. I don't know truly how much you like card games, but like you also need to appreciate melodrama and strategy. Yeah. Maybe not for you then. So I only need to do 4 damage. With 2 drones, that's not super duper hard. Beep. Boop. Bop. It's the melodrama that gets me. Oh, the show is unbelievably melodramatic. Oh no! Kaiba, what have you done? When he, like, played a trap card, which is like a counter spell in Magic. It's a little intense. Boy. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Parry with Jupiter drones? Isn't that the literal most insane thing in the world? Dude, it's a season 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! Yugi using Catapult Turtle versus Panic. He's a hero. Yeah, see, yeah. This always bothered me too. Because early on, like, Catapult Turtle is like one of Yugi's like signature monsters. And it's like sacrifice a creature to like help your board state. Just more or less. And then like later on, there's like a duel where he like uses Catapult Turtle to like win a duel by like sacrificing all of his monsters, and they're like, oh my god, you've changed. And it's like literally the same card used in largely the same fashion. I mean, these cards are all great. These are high on the list of rares that I think are interesting, but like, as hard as parry is to use, with Jupiter drones, it feels like you can really set yourself up for something like preposterous to happen. Simplicity, you can remove 3 cards. With a Jupiter deck, I can imagine wanting to do that. I don't believe I want that now. Salvage arm, gain an energy every time you destroy a mid-row object. I have to destroy it, though. Demon thrusters, you gain an evade every turn. You can no longer have more than 3 evade at a time. That's interesting. I think I want that. That actually sounds really helpful.
Hey guys, you're killing it out there. And by it, I mean a big crystal monster.
Always nice to meet fans.
I've been writing down crystal facts. Like, for example, did you know that if you step on one of them barefoot, it really hurts?
Wow, it's crazy. Meow. I don't know how far we'll get in this run, but I love Jupiter drones. And we really have to play with Jupiter drones. We just have to have fun with them. It's required by law. We're in a lawless sector again. You all know the drill.
Yeah, check out my cool gun.
Give me that.
Oh, man.
Hey, guys, I love this song. Just letting you know. So currently I got 2 move, huh? I think what we're doing is Seeker, move, Jupiter drone, basic shift. I just pass? No, I guess draw shot technically improves my situation for next turn. Yeah, that's fine. This will surprise no one as well. I was always a big fan of Catapult Turtle from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's all of my favorite things. It's like an alternate win condition. It's a turtle. It's an incredibly dumb art design of like basically an aircraft carrier meets a turtle the size of a small island. So I want One of these days, parry is going to be the absolute most busted thing in the world. I think here I am moving and Jupiter droning and just annoying that it won't face me directly. I'm going to do magazine now because I don't want to wait to draw it again and I want to have the free attack cards. I think I'm actually okay. There's a couple things I could do here, I guess. I don't actually think I have enough attacks for Flux to be a viable defensive option on its own right now. Not against the ever-increasing cannon power here. I can, like, move twice and, like, do an attack drone here to block and then a Jupiter drone for, like, maximum attack and defense. That actually sounds pretty good. So I want drone, move, Jupiter drone, Flux, chip shot, block. So they take out my non-Jupiter drone. They've activated my trap card. Hold on. Move, Jupiter drone. Move everyone with drone shift. Flux. Chip shot. I love Jupiter drone so much. I'm not sure if Jupiter drone is my favorite card in this game, but there's a very good chance that it is. Oh, another Flux. And another draw shot. And radio control, which is super terrible with Jupiter drones because they don't have an in-between turn attack. So, draw shot or Flux? I mean, in theory, I really like Flux for a deck like this because I can just stay still and, like, fire off attacks with as many of my drones as possible and still, like, block shots that are coming through. But draw a shot. I don't know. I don't have enough things that, like, cost 0 for draw shot to beat it. I think I'm going to take the Flux here. It's less common than draw shot in theory, although I feel like I very rarely see the starter deck cards, even though I've seen draw shot twice today. I think Flux is the better call for the deck overall. Let's go the lowest path. It'll take us to a boss. Sportsmaster General once again coming to you live from sports! Is it worth it to stop? Oh, I promise it is! Oh my god, my build is horrific against this. As much as I like sports, it would take me an insanely long time to win with a Jupiter build. Because you'd have to keep, like, drone shifting the Jupiter drone to be in range of their attack. Like, I could do it if I wasn't streaming, I would do it. Because I'm streaming and I don't have that much time, I feel like I need to skip this. Because it will take so long to do that. Boo! No, I'm kidding. That's cool. I'll see you later. What a good boy Sasha is. Don't like having my Jupiter drones blow up. What if I... No, all of those options are bad. I feel like the parallel shift should do something, and yet they don't. Here's what I'm gonna do, I think. Let's move, magazine, block, and take a shift for later. I hate missing out on the attack from the endless battery card, but I think it made the most sense there. Gonna struggle a little here. Okay. Yeah, something that uses, like, cannons and missiles is rough for us. This is a tough match. You don't even think it's possible without getting a red card? It would be insanely difficult. I think it might technically be possible, but, like, again, I'd have to spend such a, like, disproportionate amount of time making that work. Oh, I guess I could... Guess we're just gonna scramble. I don't know, man. It's really hard for me to set up. Like, I need some tempo, but can't get there. This might be a turn for it. Oh, I have enough move to get to total safety, huh? God, I wish I had all those, like, drone cards that I had last turn now, because I could, like, lay them across the ship while I was moving. That'd be exactly the type of thing I'm looking for. As it stands... Ugh. Armored part. Ugh. So annoying. This ship is so annoying. Let's do... I'm gonna put a Jupiter drone here where it's just not gonna get hit this turn. And then do wave charge to make my deck better. Oh, that's right. I get it right away. I keep forgetting it's not upgraded because I got used to that from the last run. So we'll do a wave beam for a piercing attack. And then the chip shot, like, kind of doesn't do anything. I think I'd rather have the option to draw it later. That might be wrong, though. Oh, these stupid missiles. Oh, these stupid missiles. So let's... Jupiter drone. Oh, lunge is pretty good here. Let's lunge. Let's... multi-shot. Let's chip shot. Oh, maybe I should have draw shot to first so that I could have played another Jupiter drone that turn. No, I wouldn't have had the energy, right? I don't know. Okay, so can Jupiter drone Lux chip shot, which will give me one temp shield? Flux doesn't trigger itself, does it? No, maybe it does. I don't think I've paid enough attention to that. Let's Jupiter drone. Let's shield for free. Let's... Doesn't really matter which Flux I play. Flux. Chip shot. No, it does trigger itself. So it always gives you a temp shield. Interesting. So I'm gonna take one direct damage here. I think is fine, but it isn't great. Oh boy. Okay. Let me scoot so that I'm not in the danger zone. And then we'll do... Oh, wait a minute. Ah, shoot, I've drawn the parry on a turn that's not ideal. Does 4... Oh, no, wait, because I put the chip shot back in my deck earlier, I think I have lethal. Because I need to do 6. I can do 4, 0, 0. Haha, see, it was a good idea. The no one who doubted me. Faint B, not a huge fan of. Second opinions. Second opinions. I mean, second opinions is just a generically good card with little downside of putting it in your deck. Space Mine's not bad. It's a decent defensive, like, mid-row option. But I think second opinions is just a little better. What would I want to upgrade? The answer is almost certainly something. Upgrade multi-shot to hit 3. I guess I should upgrade the other Flux, is the thing I should do. Let's do that. Upgrade this Flux. Cheap Flux. Neat. Mini-boss. Right. You again. Let's do... Yeah, let's just do Jupiter Drone, Endless Magazine for first turn. Let's get a Drone shift for later and scoot out of the way of the attack. Okay. So I can... It's gonna be hard to keep drones out against this opponent. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, let's do... Move Jupiter drone. Flux. Ship shot. That's an interesting notion. What if I shifted them? Because I have the temporary shield. So I would just want to move again, which isn't great, but it keeps me with some tempo here. I only have one move, which isn't ideal. But I can drone shift, parry twice, which does like half of their health, and then chip shot to get them even further down. Yeah, we take that direct hull damage from the heat. Okay. That's good. That weird turn built my movement up again to the point that I can like move and drone and then move back so that I'm taking like the least amount of damage there. And then I should want Flux ship shot because the Seeker missile wouldn't finish them. Let's play that free block. And then I guess just attack. Trying to accumulate movement doesn't matter a ton here. Multi-shot! Pew 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 pew! I hate Rock Factory. Every time I've ever had this card, I think it's absolute garbage. It seems like it should be fun and interesting, and I think with like one or two of the artifacts for Isaac, it can do some stuff, but I think this card really sucks. Battle Repair B. Gain 2 armor and heal 4. And if you, single use, it will be removed forever from your deck. Echo, search discard. Move a card to the top of the draw pile. I don't think that's good. Like, the main thing I want to play is more like Jupiter drones. I guess I could get back like multi-shot or something. I don't think it's worth adding a card to my deck for. I think this is a straight up skip. Heal booster. Every time you heal more. Energy refund. When you play expensive card, you get an energy back. Well, I already have Parry, which is a 3 energy card. I think I'm going to take that, and I think I'm going to try to upgrade Parry to the one that doesn't remove from my deck. Start with more cards. Great. That's good, I think. Okay. Let's play... What's the thing? Oh, yeah. Every time this thing gets hit, the part that gets hit becomes armored. So, like, things like multi-shot are worse against them. But wave charge is good. So... if I'm not firing this turn, do I want to play the Jupiter drone? Wave charge... lunge? Does that do what I want? No. Kind of leaves me in the same spot. Scramble? No, I wouldn't have enough for that. And also it doesn't work? Huh. Do I just accept the damage here? Another thing I guess I can do is spend both of my movement, which isn't great, but I can, like, move drone, move back so this passes through the scaffolding, and then wave charge. Oh, and that does let me attack this turn. I continually forget this. Ooh, let's let us drone attack, parallel shift, so now they're shooting their own mine and taking damage from it, and I'm blocking their attack. I guess that's not that important because it's going through the scaffolding anyway. Ooh, and then I get a bubble Jupiter. That finally happened. And then we'll block. Cool, now the Jupiter drone is opposite a weak spot. I could also... Yeah, I think I want... Let's move that Jupiter drone. Let's fire one opposite the other weak spot, and then let's do Endless Magazine. So we do 2 big hits. The bubble Jupiter drone counteracts whatever thing they're trying to fire off. I take 1 hull damage. So if I move, and then drone, and then second opinions. Ooh, which was 0 cost. So they're like super dead, right? Piercing attacks. Flex move is pretty mediocre. Whiplash. This is already upgraded. So it's move left 2, attack 2, right 1. I mean, it's a 1 cost 2 damage attack. That's pretty good. Your battery could be good. I think Whiplash is good for us, though. Solar Wind. That's gonna make my life really needlessly difficult. Let's scoot 1. Jupiter drone. Soak up some basic shift for later. Endless Magazine. Turn endo. This is gonna be a tough one for me, I think. I like parallel shift. Only move 2 to the left this turn. So I can't really get to a point where I can have multiple drones that are set up against them. So then I should very much want Flux just like the maximum amount of attacks with Flux. That should be what I want. So I think I take none hull damage, but I do lose a shield there, like my blue shield. I could move once to offset that. I think that's okay. Because move is easier for me to get because of that artifact I took earlier. Now my drone isn't even facing them because of this stupid wind. Oh, great. And parry just, like, does nothing against them. Well, shoot. So if I, like, shift you idiots, gain a shield, shift again? let's do this. Jupiter drone. Trying to think of a way to have the Seeker missile do something interesting here. All it really can do is 2 damage. Guess I might as well chip shot. So I can move myself like left 1 and the drone's right. And then I'm only taking 2 damage, which I have shield for. Guess at this point I might as well play the Seeker. I think that's as good as that's getting, which isn't very good. Okay, great. Now they're firing really far to the one side. I wish I had lunge now instead of last turn. Let's do... God, stop drawing parry. Jupiter drone. Flux. Draw shot. Chip shot. So I take like 2 hull damage. I don't feel terrible about taking... Oh no, I take wait. It's 3 hull damage? I don't feel terrible about taking like extra damage in this fight because this is like basically the worst case scenario for me. This is like about as bad as a battle can get for me. Let's do... Basic shift to get the missile where it's not attacking me. Play the Jupiter drone. Chip shot. Basic shot. Oh, lunge. Lunge is okay. The other cards are bad. I will take another lunge. Might be worth upgrading some number of lunges so that they are flippable. To help with some of that maneuvering. Although upgrading parry is really funny. Flunge. Yeah, flunge. Oh, lunge B is 2 attacks, huh? That's actually pretty interesting too. It's like a multi-shot that also moves me. Yeah, it turns out it's actually really good if you could upgrade all the cards in your deck. It's like the dumb thought I almost like said out loud. It's like, boy, it'd be good if I could upgrade all these cards. Well, yeah, that's kind of what upgrading is. How much hull? No, I think I'm fine. I'm on normal. I do already have Whiplash, which I didn't draw at all. And we're about to go to the big boss. Let's upgrade parry and hope for the best.
Back for more? What do you mean? We beat you last time. You did? Actually, I don't remember. Me neither.
Basic shift. Let's block an attack there. Let's fire a Jupiter drone and a Seeker missile. Okay, so they're reasonably armored this turn, so of course I draw all of my attack options. That's very good for me. Just kidding, it sucks. At least I have lunge. So if I lunge, I take none damage. That's a good amount of damage. And then we multi-shot. Yeah, that's also a good amount of damage, is the amount that we did to them. I now have none drones, though. That's not a good amount of drones. I find the balance of the Jupiter ship really interesting. Like, I think it is really well balanced in that, like, it exceeds at certain encounters and really struggles with others. Like, I feel like it's really good when, like, against larger ships where they're not, like, filling the middle row or, like, consistently clearing everything, where I can, like, drop, like, even just, like, 2 or 3 Jupiter drones at a time without them being destroyed. But, like, when they start firing missiles and when they fire, like, enough shots that they're, like, likely to take out any drones I have in one turn, it's a lot harder. So, like, I can't play parry and a Jupiter drone on the same turn. Like, I need a Jupiter drone to be out already to play parry ever. Let's get a free block. Let's 2 move. Let's just do Jupiter drone, endless magazine on the weak spot. Taking kind of a lot of damage here. I move 1. It does net reduce the amount of damage I'm taking. Oh, I guess I can drone shift, but I don't think I want to do that, because then I lose my Jupiter drone again. So let's move here. Now we're taking like 2 direct damage. No big deal. It would have been good if I had a drone out to make use of flux on that turn. Okay. So Whiplash net moves me 1 to the left. What would I draw? Lunge. Lunge is interesting. If I move myself 1, 2, then I have my weak spot there. I guess I could, like, Jupiter's moon, draw shot, lunge. So now that's safe, because the drone I played this turn is blocking the attack that would hit my weak spot, and then ship shot. Oh boy. Does lunge help me at all now? Actually, does 2 lunges help me is an interesting question. Put me like 1, 2, 3, 4 would be my scaffolding. So these have 2 spaces in between, so like I'd have the maximum amount of damage coming at my weak spot if I tried to do that. Maybe like a single lunge and a move? Drone. So if I lunge 1, 2. Yeah, I think regular lunge is fine. I think we like drone, lunge. Like basic dodge? Does draw shot have any real potential here? I mean, I draw another Jupiter drone. So like, nah, not really. Yeah, let's add, oh, well, So here I'm taking 2. I think that's as good as that's getting. Let's dodge, which doesn't do anything, and then... Maybe I should... No, I should have shot. Instead of getting the dodge, because I was already going to be maxed out on dodge this turn. Okay. Oh, good, you're like super heavy armored this turn, huh? Let's fire drone, move, And I can like 1, 2. I take like 2 direct damage for that privilege. So what if we do Seeker to block this attack? No, the Seekers don't work that way. Shoot. I think it's still the best I'm getting done. And then I shoot. I mean, they're gonna be pretty low. I'm also gonna be pretty low. Multi-shot's probably a good draw. So if I Jupiter drone, multi-shot, okay. What do we get for that? Oh my god, just straight up Jupiter drone. Does it even make sense to get Jupiter drone the card with Jupiter the ship that makes drones? Yeah, I think that's like literally the closest fight I've ever had. It was like exciting, but also stressful. It might just be a good place to end the stream just by nature of excitement level. Yeah, I mean, having the ability to play multiple drones on some turns in and of itself is good. It's annoying because like Endless Magazine would also be good to just generate those free attacks as we've seen. But like we already have that effect. I mean, we technically already have Jupiter drone as an effect, but like why would you not take it? Oh, let's see. Salvage arm. When you destroy mid-row stuff, you gain energy. You end your turn. Mid-row options. Fire twice. Every 10 times you draw a card, gain an energy. That's probably the best one. Hey, Castle. Welcome to the stream. Still weighing in this current moment whether I should end the stream or not. It is getting late. I just like the Jupiter ship. This is a problem. You just always have a card that makes Jupiter drones, which are like my favorite thing. Really should have considered what my hand could do before planning out those movements. Stop now with the whole new sector thing. Now, we'll see if I can finish this fight relatively quickly. Actually, I think you can save and, like, have it restart the fight that you're in. You really want to do another week of this demolition? I mean, we have to... I feel like you were maybe the biggest opponent of continuing the game. Not that you were unduly critical or anything. Just that I felt you were the strongest one against playing more of this. I don't know. I mean, I gotta kind of like put up a poll or something anyway. So... Alright. We'll figure that out. I'm very pleased to know that the Jupiter ship exists, that's for sure. Oh, either this or the Raincoat DLC. Castle, who hurt you? what kind of result do you think that poll is gonna get? If those are the two choices I get that I give people, then I can guarantee I'll finish this Jupiter drone run next week. I think that people would someday be interested in that, but, like, I think everyone needs a break from Raincoat. Like, my god. That game was rough. I genuinely... It might be the worst game I've finished on stream. Which is definitely saying something. What do you think is the worst game I've finished on stream? I mean, maybe I should put it on the poll just to, like, yeah, see how people talk in Discord, because they will not be happy. By the way, for anyone who's, like, also... No, I haven't streamed Zero Time Dilemma yet, which is why I feel more comfortable saying that. Because, like, listen, we've played, like, in the recent, like, the past few years, we've played a lot of visual novels with very bad endings. I still think that Zero Time Dilemma might be the worst one. As much as I hate Raincoat. This is the only way he would vote for Raincoat is if options are Raincoat and Life is Strange, which is, like, fair. Remember Man of Medan? Man of Medan is super bad, but, like, it also only lasts, like, a few hours. So, like, just, like, one, I don't think its ending is actually close to as bad as Raincoat, but, like, also it's, like, infinitely shorter. Like, there's no chance I would consider Man of Medan as worse than Raincoat. Zero Time Dilemma is genuinely shorter than Raincoat, but the ending is horrible. The ending is very, very bad. Yeah, Summoning Files Nirvana Initiative is, like, definitely ballpark of Raincoat. It's also very long, and that ending is also bad. There's, like, more... Even though they do a lot of disservice to their characters, there are still more characters with more interesting, like, character arcs and features than Raincoat. So, like, that, I think, gives it a leg up. Also, like... Even though the Somnium gameplay is, like, wildly inconsistent, there are, like, some good Somniums, and, like, there is, like, none good Mystery Labyrinths. Really? Not really? Yeah, also, definitely worth noting, Ditto, that Raincoat is, like, gotta be the worst one for pacing. Because, like, not only is it just, like, longer than maybe any of them, just, like, raw statistics-wise, but, like, also... As you say, it's, like, super crazy redundant in that it will just keep, like, telling you the same information and not even advancing the plot. Even when they would, like, reiterate points in some of those other, like, Japanese games, like, it would still be making some kind of progress. Toss-up between Raincoat and Life is... Oh, that's fair. I have technically played the first Life is Strange on stream. I think for me... As much as I hate Life is Strange, it again just kind of has more merit. Like the time rewinding mechanic, even though it's not used especially well, is inherently interesting and does some interesting stuff. And also, Life is Strange is again just considerably shorter than Raincoat, even though it also has terrible characters that don't have interesting character arcs. And, like, an ending that insults your intelligence and asks you to make a really stupid choice that doesn't matter. So, like, that's a good call. That's probably the closest one. I mean, even stuff like Siberia 3, which is also, like, super not good. Like, not close to those that we're talking about, I don't think. I think it's, like, I think Raincoat might be the worst. I think Life is Strange is, like, relatively close. And then I think very close after Life is Strange... is Nirvana Initiative. Yeah, Raincoat, like, probably would have saved legit... Like, 5 might be an exaggeration, but, like, it probably would have saved, like, bare minimum 2 entire streams, like, not exaggerating, just cutting, like, redundant remarks and Yuma, like, figuring stuff out, like, way late. And when you figure that the median stream length for Raincoat was, like, 3 hours, 45 minutes, I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in that range. That's, like... over 7 hours of gameplay of repetition, which is horrifying. Like, that's not acceptable. But yeah, those of you who aren't already on the Discord, you should join, because we're gonna have some discussion as to what games we start playing coming up. Next Friday is pretty set for me. I just have to work out the logistics of making sure Sam and Max hit the road captures and all that stuff. I think I even, like, technically got it from Amazon Prime at some point. I need to figure out how one accesses or plays that and if it's actually not busted. Is there a record of the Life is Strange streams? Yes, but, and this makes me happy, those videos are committed to the Renegade Constabulary channel, not the Vasco channel, by nature of when and why they were recorded. In fact, because it was recorded in the PS4 era, you would also see chat's reactions. Oh yeah, they're on the Renegade Constabulary channel. Yeah. Virtue's last reward only spent 1 hour on the map by comparison. Are you saying that if you compiled all the times that people pick up a map for the first time and then mansplain it to all of their companions, that amounts to an hour? I've never considered how much time that is. You want Vasco to know deep lore one day? Of what? Deep lore of what? I'll say this. I was strongly considering playing Virtue's Last Reward at the end of this year, and there's a reason not to do it now. There's a chance we start playing that before the end of this year. If we do, we will not finish it until next year. Virtue's Last Reward is the longest Zero Escape game. Oh, just spent on the map and transition. Oh my god, did someone... Wait, Castle, is that a link to someone who has compiled only, like, tracking movements throughout the map in Virtue's Last Reward? Oh my god, that's incredible. These are the things that make the internet worthwhile. I forget if I talked about it on stream. I had this, like, insanely bad idea in December that I, like, still kind of almost want to do, which is to take, like, really successful Hallmark Christmas movies and edit them down to only every instance that a character says the word Christmas. Just like a montage of how many Christmases are in whatever movie, like Christmas and Evergreen. And then it would just be like, how long is it? And it's like, God, this How Many Christmases video is like 22 minutes long. Why is that true? Like, that seems unfeasible. That should not be correct. It would be at least a little interesting to compare some of them to see, like, what the worst offender is. Or, like, if, like, a really successful movie, like, barely mentions Christmas or something. Anyway, I need to be done with this stream soon. We'll figure out what to play next Saturday. I tried to bring it up a couple times. We haven't reached a definitive answer. That's probably the expected result. It was very fun unlocking the Jupiter ship. We just simply didn't have enough time left in the day to finish that run, so maybe we do that next week. We'll figure it out. I do need to start putting Cobalt Cores in a playlist, because now there's like 4 or 5 of them. For now, we gotta wrap up the stream, which means that I encourage you to find the secret Squirtle. Somewhere on the couch behind me, I've hidden a Squirtle. To locate such a Squirtle will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. So take a moment while I enjoy some of what little remains of this 100% juice apple, so that you can try and find that Squirtle. Oh, she says, I can never get into them. They seem so backwards. We should have a conversation about that someday. In no way do I consider all, like, TV Christmas movies to be for everyone. But, like... And, like, not just because I like them. I feel like the notion that they're backwards seems... like, uninformed? Like, I will absolutely hear dissenting opinions on whether they are quality or worth watching. But, like, backwards, I don't know what that means. Katane says, did you know if you try to screen record a browser window of you watching something on Netflix, it will only record a browser window of blackness? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Like, one of the hurdles I would have to cross is I don't immediately know the best way to get footage of those movies. It would have to be something along the lines of what Katane is alluding to. But I don't know. There are technically workarounds I could employ. They're not great or reliable. There may be ones I don't know about, however. There's a Twilight cut where it skips every time... It skips any time any character is speaking, just the silence. Oh, Ditto, are you... Hold on, Ditto, serious question. Are you aware of Yu-Gi-Oh! But Nobody Talks? This is a, like, relatively new series that someone has been making for YouTube. and they basically just take every episode of Yu-Gi-Oh and remove dialogue, and it's just people dramatically like drawing cards and holding them up and like giggling but like never speaking. It's so good. It's so good. It's a taste of the melodrama with none of the strategy. It's exactly what Demolition was asking for. DBZ, just the charge shouting. Just like any like DBZ, but it's only like grunts and guttural noises. Demolition says that does work if you turn off hardware acceleration. I don't even know if I have that on. Anyway, let's get all these guesses. So we've got Valentine's Cow, new friend, Baby Yoda, Pikachu. Any other guesses? I think those are the ones I'm seeing. God, it's 10:20. What am I doing with my life? Let's start here. Baby Yoda, front and center. Because this is a true fact. Because of his relatively flat head and stable body, I often use this particular Baby Yoda to help prop up other friends that I'm trying to display. It has meant that he has gotten less time to show up by himself. Hiding down there? Not a secret Squirtle, but a good friend Winnie the Pooh. Valentine's Cow. Moo. Hiding back there? You better believe it's this big boy Squirtle. This is the second biggest Squirtle I own. Do you know what the first biggest Squirtle I own is? Well, it turns out that it's hiding behind the Pikachu, which was our last remaining guess. I thought it would be fun to try and hide the biggest one. I don't know if he was actually visible. I didn't pay super close attention. I did check it before. He didn't seem like he was. We're up to 11 episodes. I've seen at least 10. I might not have seen the latest one. It's so funny. I really like Yu-Gi-Oh! But nobody talks. Again, these are the things that make the internet worth having. Despite all the awful garbage on there. Anyway, congrats. We had multiple people find Squirtles tonight. That's very exciting. I hope you enjoyed this. We had a pretty good run with that horrific Gemini ship, and as a reward, we got Jupiter, which is the greatest thing since sliced automated attack drones. We'll be back next Friday. We're going to start a new adventure game, one of the all-time best, if not like the best of the 90s. There's some that people regard highly that I still haven't played, but like some of those are like Gabriel Knight games, which don't seem that appealing. But I do like Sam & Max quite a lot. I hope that you guys will enjoy it. We'll figure out next Saturday as we've discussed. Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. In the meantime, take care of yourselves and remember that you are Colossal.